When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night and the one after that. At the 1-week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? This is the story of how the aunt I never came to know died. I'm 38 now, but I learned about this when I was a teenager. My dad actually shared it with me when he was still alive, but it's still questionable if that was intentional or not. We were moving from one place to another, and I'd seen a picture that I'd never seen before in my life. I recognized the little boy as my dad, but I didn't recognize the little girl standing with him in the photo. My mom was the one closest to me when I stumbled upon the picture, so I asked her, "Who is this?" She looked at the photo first. I could tell she knew the answer, but then she shot me a look like she wasn't going to tell me. It was a super weird moment of silence before I asked her again, like, "Come on, Mom, tell me who that is." As I said this, she sort of shushed me. I laughed because it was out of character, and then she just walked out of the room. I was so confused, so with the photo in hand, I followed her. It was as if she was literally trying to outrun me. Finally, instead of laughing, I stopped in my tracks and I said, "Fine, I'll just ask Dad." And she came running back to where I was. And then, just as before, she started to shush me. I gave her a look hoping to convey I was serious. But then my dad walked into the hallway area we were occupying, and he asked what we were running around about and what I was going to just ask Dad about. Long story short, I accidentally made my dad cry. He tried to hide it, but I know he did, when I showed him the picture. And then I felt so bad I left the room crying. Teenagers. So I didn't even get the story until later, maybe 2 weeks later. But by that time, I'd kind of forgotten about the photo because we'd moved and everything was so hectic when I started school that year. I didn't really forget about it, but I'd put to bed the idea of asking about it again. Then one night, we're all watching a movie. I can't even tell you what it was, but my dad paused it, and out of the blue, for me anyway, apparently he'd been building up to this with my mom for a while, he says to me, "I could have prevented my sister's death, but I didn't. I'll never forgive myself. I'll always consider myself to blame. I've never talked to anyone about this except your mother, because there's no question. that no matter the intentions, what happened resulted in her death. Now, before you go judging my dad too harshly, I should remind you he's no longer with us, but most importantly, he was only 5 years old when this happened, and he carried this with him his whole life. Certain fears he had, well, they made sense after I learned the story. Honestly, a lot made sense once I learned the story. He was 5 and in kindergarten. His sister was 7 and in the 1st grade. Her classroom was located across the hall directly parallel to my dad's classroom, and the doorways faced each other. All that day, his sister and her friends would taunt my dad from their classroom, make faces, putting the L above their heads, calling him names when he was in ear's range of the door. Just typical sibling drama. Earlier that day at one of their recesses, he'd accidentally embarrassed her in front of her crush, and she wasn't in the business of forgiveness. The bullying continued on the bus ride home after school, only intensified. She and one of her friends from class, they sat in the back to deliver the harassment. By that point, my dad said he'd had enough of it. He turned around and directed a few choice words their way, but that only increased the barrage of insults. During this time, they lived in the mountains of the western United States, and the houses had acres between the next. The trip home took a little over 50 minutes from school, and he said that they were only 3 or 4 minutes out of the school's gates before she unleashed a bomb on him. She really dug into him with her words, and finally got his cheeks to turn red and his eyes to flutter with speechless disbelief, slowly welling with tears. He interrupted himself to explain that he thought his sister was trying to make him feel the embarrassment that he'd made her feel that day. Well, she stood up in her seat and said something to the likes of, "My disgusting brother still wears diapers because he pees his pants so much." The bus driver tells her to sit down, but the bus full of kids has already erupted in laughter. Even kids in his kindergarten room are laughing. He's humiliated, makes it worse by crying. He said he sat in laughter and ridicule from his peers all the way until their stop. Their parents weren't home yet, usually arriving a couple hours after my dad and his sister got home. When they got to their front yard, my dad, still crying, ran up to the porch and into the house. He quickly shut the door behind him and locked it before his sister could get in. Their doors were never locked, so this just meant that she'd have to walk around back to get inside. Still, he said it felt satisfying to slam the door in her face. He ran into the living room and stood there with his arms folded and a smug look on his face. He was waiting for her to come in through the back door, but then he heard her screams from the backyard. He thought she was trying to trick him, so he cautiously walked through their kitchen area to the back glass door. The first thing he saw was one of the biggest mountain lions he'd ever seen, but his sister was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the giant cat lunged its head down and out of view, and he realized it was on top of his sister. It was so quick that he grabbed the sliding glass door and started to scream at the cougar, who then tried to grab his sister's body in its mouth to drag her away. He saw a few of his toy cars on the back deck. He grabbed them and began throwing them at the large cat while screaming. One managed to actually hit the cougar, and he thought that's why it dropped his sister's body and jumped back over the fence into the forest behind their house. Within almost the same instant, a neighbor came running over. He was yelling and had his arm above his head. Shortly after that, his wife, or possibly the man's mother, was there as well. The old woman stood in horror as the man attempted to perform CPR. From my dad's current point of view, given his height, he couldn't actually see his sister. As he began to step forward, the old woman called out for him to stay back. Then, she made her way to where he was standing. She told my dad that she called the police before coming over. He didn't really know what that meant, but He thought that it would be good news. He thought the police could for sure help his sister. As my dad sat with the woman inside, he explained where his parents were. He remembers sitting in the kitchen and hearing the woman call his mother. He'd heard her scream over the phone, and he'd never heard her sound like that before. Her voice wasn't angry. She was anguished. My dad's sister was unfortunately already dead by the time the neighbors had shown up, well before my grandparents made their way home. My dad said after that day, he didn't talk for a year, maybe more. He doesn't even remember what made him start talking again, but one day, he was verbal. But he never spoke about what happened that day, ever. Not until he met my mom, at least. Honestly, I'm so glad he told her. I think if he actually had carried that alone, he wouldn't have grown into being the dad that I loved so very much. He would often say that my mom saved his life, and I guess I always wondered a little bit what that meant. Was it just the typical, I was a rebel before this lady kind of thing? It didn't really seem that way, but this story, I think I understood what he meant. Another thing was his fear of cats. It was a really big one. So much so that I've never actually owned one. I suppose I could now, but he was absolutely terrified of them. And he was never an outdoorsy man, which could be a lot of things, but I think this is also a huge reason that he kept us in the city. I told my dad straight up when he told me this that I didn't think he should blame himself at all. It was really just a horrible accident, and he was so young. Plus, he did try to help with his cars and all. Anyway, thanks for reading. So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment. But as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. The young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. When I was a teenager, my family moved into a large Victorian-style house in Beaver, Pennsylvania. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. Quaint little historical township with a population of less than 5,000. Our family moved there specifically for my mom's work with the Beaver Area Heritage Foundation. At the time, it was one of the few jobs where she could build her own hours, split time between working from home and occasionally going into work for board meetings or something specific. This sort of meant everything to my mom at the time. My little sister was just 3 and not yet in school, and she always hated that she had to work nonstop at the historical museum when I was growing up. But that's just where they were at the time, my parents and their money. But now, she had this opportunity. So, the house. In 2010-ish, my mom was perusing the internet looking at various houses in the Beaver area. She landed on something relatively close to the super historical district. I caught a glimpse of this beauty on my mom's computer and practically squealed in excitement while asking if that's where we were going to live. She was enthusiastic, saying she and my dad were going to look at it that afternoon. Unfortunately, I'd be at school, so it was a no-go for me. I told my mom that she better buy that beautiful house, and the next time we spoke, that's exactly what happened. From the outside, from the photos, I'll admit, the home was incredibly dreamy. It was and still is the biggest place I've ever lived in. But I was a bit thrown off living directly across the street from a history museum. I guess there were worse things to look at, I reasoned. But for me, the dream factor wore off relatively quickly. It should have been great, and sometimes, especially towards the end of my time there, it was. But not always. And those times made it hard to imagine anything would be normal in that house. Cut to the moment where we all see the home together. I was impressed. It held up to my expectations from the outside. But the moment we crossed the threshold from outside to inside, I wondered why it felt so dark. Part of me was expecting to see beautifully painted walls or ones filled with colorful wallpaper. It was clear the photos had slightly exaggerated or had somehow let in a lot more light. The whole ride here, my mom was beaming, totally excited, especially to show my sister and I the house and our rooms. So, I tried to be happy and excited, anything but a bratty teen at that moment. But I guess I failed since my mom asked me, "What's wrong? You don't like this beautiful home?" "Well, just wait till you see your room." She smiled, and I returned the smile. I picked up my little sister and excitedly told her that we were going to go see our rooms. Immediately, I could tell which room my mom wanted for me, the one that I wanted for me. Large bay window, tall white wooden shutters, rose-colored wallpaper, and a gold accent wall. I was already envisioning what it could look like with my special touch. Thankfully, I didn't feel this dark feeling in my room. I chalked up the initial feeling to just being naive, thinking that a home would look exactly like highly edited photos online, ones taken in a way that make the home look exactly like a dream. The house was fine, I concluded. Satisfied, I took my little sister to her room. It was much smaller and sat right next to mine. My sister couldn't care less about going into her room. She preferred to stay in my room. I walked into her room, and again, the moment I crossed the threshold into that room, I felt this dark, palpable heaviness. She also had rose-colored walls, a large window letting in lots of light, but I didn't like that despite all of this, it felt shady. But as a teenager, I dismissed that feeling pretty quickly and went back to my room. But it wasn't long after moving in that my little sister was running to my room, crying, struggling to breathe, shaking me awake. It was the dead of night. I could barely see her face, but I could hear her, and I instantly grabbed her into the bed and asked her what was wrong. She told me someone's in her room. I maybe should have been alarmed, but I wasn't at first. I made her calm down. I asked her to tell me about her dream, but she swore it wasn't a nightmare. She cried that she was sleeping, but he woke her up. Suddenly, it dawns on me that we are in a new house, and it's entirely possible someone's in her room. I grabbed my sister and quietly ran to my parents' room to wake them up. I was talking in almost a whisper as I told my parents what was going on. Now, we were all freaked out, but my dad grabs his gun and tells us to stay inside the room. While my mom's hugging my sister, she says quietly that she doesn't think Daddy's gun is going to help. That's when we learned that the man in my sister's room was really a large, dark shadow of a man. Describing him, she said he was see-through. I looked at my mom like, right, bad dream. My dad comes back in the room soon after and declares that no one's in the room, or any of the rooms for that matter. All the doors and windows are locked. So we all put my sister back to bed, my bed, for the record, and then I was silently blamed in the hallway for exposing my sister to scary movies, causing her to have nightmares. For a moment, I decided that I was going to sleep in my sister's bedroom. If she was going to take my room, I was going to take hers. And that's when I remembered the feeling, not before, but as soon as I crossed that threshold. Heaviness. I instantly felt for my little sister. Sure, there was no shadow people in here, but why did it feel so weird in this room? Surely she had to feel that too. And my parents? I don't know. But I went back to my room and I slept through the night. However, that sleeping through the night thing would become rare. I'd end up switching rooms with my little sister. Well, almost. I didn't want to. She was clearly so disturbed, though, and spending more time in my bedroom anyway, it just made sense. My parents incentivized the deal by giving me permission to drive their car on the weekends. But after seeing how excited my sister was to move rooms, I was practically sold anyway. But I allowed them to bribe me. During the move, my dad said that he kept hearing something interesting. Then, my mom, too. Scratching noises all throughout the room. My dad says that he needs to work on eliminating any possible pests before they make the move. At first, I was so confused, like, what kinds of pests? Rats? Bugs? Maybe it's just the sound of you moving around. I don't want to move into an infested room, though. Then he tells me that he's heard these in the walls before. While he was installing my sister's bed, when we moved in, he thought he'd heard scratching in the walls. He searched around, but he didn't find any sign of actual pests. No feces, nothing suspicious in the basement or the attic. But he tells me that he never officially checked the walls, and that it could be something messing with the electrical in that room. Over the next few months, things got strange. I was back to sharing a room with my little sister, but that wasn't the strange part. My dad had various people in and out for the inspections, and eventually he decided that he wanted to replace the drywall in that room. He was still hearing the scratching, my mom too. So construction on my new room started, and during that time, things got even worse. Even the nights where we weren't talking about experiencing things, we all were. Now, what my parents heard was scratching. I heard whispering. There were multiple nights when I would be awake, assuming that I was the last one up in the house. But then I'd hear this whispering coming from the other side of the wall. I would press my ear against the wall just to confirm what I was hearing. I'd be so sure that it was my parents having some sort of hushed discussion, so I'd get up and I'd go to my new room, figure out what they're saying. But they wouldn't be there. I'd walk into the room and hear absolutely nothing, and see absolutely nothing. Then I'd walk to my parents' bedroom door. I'd place my ear against their door. Silence. This happened multiple times, but I started to realize it only happened after 12 a.m., so for the first time in my life, I developed a bedtime. At 10 o'clock every night, I would will myself to sleep. This worked for a minute, maybe a week or even 2 weeks, but eventually it started again. I'd find myself drawn to that room a lot over this period of time. Basically, I wasn't sleeping. My sister, however, seemed to be sleeping like a baby. Then, about a month, maybe less, into the deconstruction of that room, the contractors find something in the walls. Bones, bird bones, squirrel bones, snake skins. the whole lot. But naturally, the most unsettling thing they found, and why they ultimately had to stop construction, were the human remains. Over the next several weeks, the scene had to be preserved, and it was recommended that we stay in a hotel, so that's what we did. We crammed into a hotel while crews worked to remove the remains from our house. My mom was technically thrilled because she thought that she might get wind of the situation, given her job. Possibly they were the remains of a historical figure. She was partially right. She was involved in the process months later of having the skull donated to the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, which is known for its extensive collection of medical oddities, including a collection of over 130 human skulls. So at the time, and maybe to this day, the remains were not officially identified. But they are, to the best of my knowledge, all being preserved, in addition to the skull at the museum. Also, my parents do in fact still own this house. It did in fact not sit well with me at first, but I continued to grow up there, and so did my little sister, for much longer. But we didn't have any of those experiences, no more oddities in the house. So, who knows? Maybe our house was haunted for a minute. Maybe it was infested by animals that got scared away. Or maybe it was all in our heads. But you can't deny the bones. Basically, anyone you tell this story to is going to come up with their own theories anyway. So, thanks for reading. This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time. I had already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains unsolved. Back in 1997, I lived in what I would call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst that LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, but it was the only one. In this apartment, it was cold almost all the time, despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing that happened was that night. I could hear someone walking around outside my door, and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks in, The TV and radio would start to turn on, and then the volume would go up. At the time, I figured that someone had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen and something fell out onto the floor one night. That's when I started to really wonder. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom. I could see across the apartment, and no one had been there. I started to ask the neighbors, but they mostly wanted to keep to themselves. The next night, I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day, I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me that years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day, they all got into a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there, and it took almost a week or so for someone to call the police, as it had started to smell. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear out all of the carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1-foot floor around the whole apartment, it made sense. He then told me there was more. I was like, great. The next people who would live there had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Luckily for him, he didn't hurt her physically, but what he did do was hang himself on the stairs just outside her door, looking at it. He knew that she left for work early, and of course, she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where her dead boyfriend lived. She said that she could hear someone opening her door and then walk down the hallway towards my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actual dangerous gang members that lived in these apartments. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me to tell me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't really in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor and tons of people I didn't know would be there. Add the fact that the house has a medium-sized backyard with a pool, and the lighting inside sucks, so you're standing room only in the house and in near dark, with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman with a boy, 7 years old or so, basically attached at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist so tight and was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or not feeling well or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this late-night party. When the party thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What did you see?" I said, "What?" Like I didn't know what she was talking about, because at that moment I really didn't know. She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you could see it. I could tell." I said I didn't see anything strange, but then I said that people shouldn't be bringing their kids to adult parties that run this late, especially when the child clearly doesn't want to be here. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman, and there was no longer a child by her side. So I said, "I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home." She looked at me, horrified, saying, "There was no boy. That woman, she lost her son a few years back to cancer." I was told later, even by my parents, that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. Try to rest, little man. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies, no one that would have a reason to mess with us, so nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March, because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete. Just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie. But there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera. But that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it. I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading. I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I've been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it. But as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities. Driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display, or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flame seemed to grow greatly. before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. I've been a part-time Uber driver for almost 3 years now, and for the most part, you learn to shrug off the crazies. I was once held at gunpoint, and I had a knife pulled on me, but thankfully, I wasn't harmed. The man with the gun happened after I'd been on the job for nearly a year. He canceled his ride as soon as we got onto the highway, and I noticed it immediately. People suck, so sometimes they'll wait until we enter heavy traffic, hope that we don't see the alert, but I don't play that shit. I pulled over onto the shoulder in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic and told him to get out right there. We went back and forth for a moment as he denied canceling the ride, but when I wouldn't relent, he pulled out a gun. Now, I'll go pretty far not to give someone like that what they want, but a trip to Walmart wasn't worth dying for. That's where he had wanted to go, Walmart. It was less than 10 minutes from our location, and I would never have to leave the main highway. So I calculated it was safer to drive him there. But then he tried to get me to turn off onto a side street where there were far fewer people. I knew the area very well, and there are also plenty of isolated locations that he could have directed me to once we were down there. Now, this guy knew I had a dash cam, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I'd originally hoped that he was just too high to realize how careless he was being, but this was a calculated move. If I was going to die, I would rather it be immediate than endure whatever that creep had in store. So I slowed down, like I was preparing to turn, and I stopped in the middle of the busy highway instead. He started screaming and jabbing me in the back of the head with his gun's barrel. I put the car in park, refused to move, saying that he would have to kill me right there because I wasn't going to any second location. By now, other cars were beginning to notice something wasn't right, and they were stopping as well. So he jumped out and took off running. I was lucky. It could have easily gone the other way, but I truly don't believe he intended for me to survive his attack. Multiple people dialed 911, including an off-duty police officer who followed the man into a neighborhood before he fled through some back streets. It was thanks to him that the police were able to locate the asshole so quickly. The guy who pulled a knife on me just wanted my wallet. This was actually just a few months ago, but I had long ago learned not to carry anything but my ID and phone, which he was also dumb enough to take and leave it on, so police quickly located him with Find My Phone. As horrifying as these instances were, they were almost to be expected. I went into this knowing that those things could happen, but the ones that I'm about to share, no one prepared me for these. No one ever told me that some people were trying to replace ambulances with Ubers. I can't afford the luxury of an ambulance either, but I would never trick a stranger into taking me to a hospital. It was only my second week on the job when I was sent to pick up an elderly woman for a doctor's appointment. I was put at ease by her. It had been a long day. I had just dropped off a man who had been creeping me out his entire 30-minute ride. But here was this sweet old lady with a walker. I helped her in and she thanked me politely. But she appeared kind of disoriented and just overall didn't seem to feel well. I made polite conversation at first, asking how she was, the usual. But her answers were rather short, so I stopped. That's fine. Some people like to chat and some don't. I usually just test the waters and follow suit. Now, her doctor's office was inside the hospital, so that's where we were going. But about 15 minutes into the ride, she tried to say something that came out really jumbled. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I started to ask her to repeat herself when I noticed half of her face had completely drooped. She was having a stroke, and I was terrified. I called 911 and explained everything while I was still en route to the hospital. At first, I was thinking, wow, what are the odds that this happens on her way to a doctor's appointment? But I later learned that was a lie. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't afford to call an ambulance, so she tried Uber instead. Luckily, that instance turned out okay in the end. The woman survived. The same wouldn't hold true for the next one, though. Maybe 6 or 7 months later, I picked up a man for a quick trip to his daughter's house. When he first got into the car, I was a little concerned because he seemed very out of breath. But he was old, so I figured that was normal for him. The location was only 10 minutes away, so I wasn't too worried. But the second I tried to turn onto the highway, he clutched his chest and began complaining of chest pains, saying he needs to go to the hospital now. His daughter later admitted that he was having those pains for quite some time before he asked her to meet him at the hospital, but she didn't realize he was ordering an Uber. Anyways, I panicked. I had no clue what to do or if he was faking it or what, but I couldn't risk it. What if he died while I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do? So I rushed to the hospital. He got very quiet when we were still at a good 10 minutes away, and that really scared me. Then I began to smell something so awful. He died before we arrived. That's how I learned that our bowels release when we pass away. The ordeal may have been one of the worst days of my life. I felt guilty for the longest time, like it was somehow my fault. And no one cleans that kind of mess for you, so I had to do it myself. Yeah, overall, I can't wait to reach a point where I don't have to do this anymore. When I was around 10 years old, my cousins and I used to spend time at our grandfather's house. We would play at scaring each other in his dark room. The last person to leave would win the game. One August day, after we had just started playing, I saw a figure in a black cloak walk right by me before disappearing into thin air. I was obsessed with ghosts, so we tried to communicate with the entity. I told the others that everyone needed to wait outside, except for myself and one other person to serve as a witness. The others were only supposed to come in and turn on the lights when they heard me say the word lamp. Once they were gone, I held out my hand and I asked the entity to hold it. After a few seconds, I felt something long and sharp touch my thumb. I panicked, started repeating lamp, until the others came in and turned on the lights. My 6-year-old cousin, who had stayed in the room, was sitting on the bed, trembling. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he saw a figure with very long nails holding my hand. Apparently, something from another world touched me. I was so scared that I've never tried to communicate with it again. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one. But this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. In my mid-20s, I worked at a subacute rehab facility. Generally, these places exist to help those who are struggling after an accident or surgery, etc. Helps regain their mobility and quality of life with the help of physical therapy and around-the-clock nursing care. I worked in the dementia unit. These patients were long-term, and most ended up living out the rest of their lives there. Although it was called the dementia unit, our patients were comprised of those suffering from permanent or long-term brain-related conditions. These included dementia, Alzheimer's, comas, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and brain tumors. These are the experiences I had while working there. 1. A disembodied hand. I had just clocked in for the evening, and I received a report from the day shift nurse. I was standing at the end of the hallway with my back against the wall, reviewing the notes that I'd taken from the previous nurse. Whilst reading over my slip of paper, I felt what could only be described as a hand dragging its fingers horizontally across my abdomen. I jerked back and looked around, but I was completely alone. 2. The Call Light Symphony. Although I don't have a particular story about the call lights, it was a normal occurrence to have call lights in empty rooms triggered. Even in rooms where the wires attached to the call button were unplugged from the wall, some nights the nurses would be forced to respond to several phantom calls for empty rooms. 3. The empty room ghost. At the very end of one of our halls contained a habitually empty room. The heat/air conditioning unit was broken, so patients were never placed there. The nurses and aides would use that room for privacy during personal phone calls, to poop in peace, or whatever else required some seclusion. One evening, I headed into that room's bathroom to touch up my makeup and fix my hair. I left the door slightly ajar while going about my business. I was putting my hair up in a bun when the bathroom door slammed shut behind me. Mid-heart attack, I spun around and jerked the door back open. The room was empty. The time it would have taken a human to exit the room would have been longer than what it took me to open the bathroom door. I'd also like to note that there was no furniture in the room, nothing a human could have hid behind. I'm convinced it wasn't a living person who slammed that door. The last farewell. One patient we had residing in the long-term unit was a middle-aged woman with severe Down syndrome. She was mostly nonverbal, save for a couple of words she would utter randomly. She was very sweet and always had a smile on her face. It was my turn to help her eat dinner the night this story takes place. She didn't have the motor skills to eat properly, so I spoon-fed her while we caught up on some cartoons on her TV set. But this particular night, she acted completely out of character. I didn't notice at first because I was engrossed in the show we were watching. I failed to notice her attempts to get my attention. She finally resorted to using grunts to call me away from the TV screen. When I did finally notice, she seemed overjoyed with something. Her mouth was stretched into a wide grin, and she was pointing at an empty, dark corner in the back of her room. I could clearly see the corner, but nothing else. I looked back and forth between her and the corner, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to communicate. She was pointing, giggling, and waving at apparently nothing in the corner. I tried asking her what she was trying to show me. Simple yes or no questions that she could nod and shake her head to. I became uneasy with her actions because I knew she was seeing something I could not. After I finished up feeding her, I walked back out into the hallway and was immediately approached by a fellow nurse. My stomach sank, and I felt queasy while she told me that the next-door neighbor of the woman I was just feeding had passed away during dinner time. 5. The window watcher. Not my story. This was told to me by a fellow nurse. My friend, let's call her Mary. She worked the night shift at the same rehab as I did, but this story takes place years before I was hired there. Mary was close to one of her patients, and she went out of her way to make her feel special. The patient was an elderly woman with no living family and was chronically lonely. Let's call the patient Emily. When Mary bonded with Emily, it became a habit of Emily's to wait by her room's window, which faced the employee parking lot. So when she saw Mary walking up to the building, she could wave. This became a special occasion for Emily, and the two would wave to one another before and after Mary's shift while she traveled to and from the employee parking lot. Then Emily fell ill and was unable to get out of bed for a while. Every time Mary pulled up for work, she would check to see if Emily was waiting by the window. When she didn't see her, she would know walking in that Emily was sick. This went on for a few weeks. Mary would pull into the parking lot, hoping to see her sweet patient up and out of bed, waiting patiently to wave at her. But then one day, Mary showed up at work and saw Emily standing at her window, peering out over the employee parking lot. Mary was thrilled and hopped out of her car and gave Emily a gleeful wave. But Emily stood motionless, didn't react to Mary's exuberant greeting. Puzzled, Mary headed into the building only to quickly find out Emily passed away earlier that day. I hope you enjoyed these stories as much as I enjoyed sharing them. My mom's house was haunted by her mother-in-law for over 10 years. In 2000, my mom remarried and moved in with my stepfather, Joe. Her mother-in-law died in the house at the age of 97 after years of home health care due to advanced dementia. The following isn't necessarily a ghost story, but a series of paranormal incidents that took place over a period of 12 years or so, as narrated to me by my mom. The start of it all. Around December 29th, 2002, right after Joe's mom died, we were on the computer downstairs, trying to think of a place that we could go to get away for a few days. It had been a very sad Christmas for Joe, with his mom in a coma in the upstairs bedroom. As we were sitting at the computer, we had a view into the next room, where there was a stuffed chair and some papers piled on top of it. On the very top of the chair, there was a small piece of paper or tissue. To our astonishment, all of a sudden, it lifted itself up into the air, no air vents nearby. floated around for a little bit, as if it had been caught in a breeze, and then fell to the floor. I got up to look for it, as this was highly unusual, but I could not find it. We both looked everywhere for that silly piece of paper, but it had totally disappeared. One of the first incidents was when I discovered a set of keys on the steps going upstairs. Joe kept his jewelry and keys that unlocked some cabinets upstairs on a dresser in a jewelry box in the basement. It made for a good hiding place. One day, I was going up the steps when I discovered that set of keys on about the 6th step. Neither Joe nor myself had been anywhere near the jewelry box for a long time, so it was inexplicable. I was using the downstairs bathroom, which had an artificial hanging plant in the corner. There's no air vents in the bathroom, only the underside of the beams that support the foundation, so the ceiling is open. Out of the corner of my eye, I see this plant suddenly start wildly spinning round and round, as if an invisible hand were twirling it fast. It kept that up for about a minute, and then it just stopped. Didn't slow down, just stopped on its own. During this time, radios would be turned on at random. I'd be in another part of the house and hear one. At first, I thought one of us hadn't totally turned off the radio when finished, but after a while, it appeared fairly obvious that there was something else in the house turning them on. Since getting rid of our entity, we haven't had that occur one time. On July 6, 2010, around 10 a.m., I was in the TV room catching up on some sewing, and Joe was gone. The TV was off. At the time, we had a TV that had big floor speakers on either side of it. I was on a love seat and at an angle from the TV, when suddenly I heard a male's voice, kind of tenor, coming through the speaker closest to me that said, "That wasn't per my instructions." Many times I'd be downstairs, preparing my classes or on the computer. These incidents always happened when Joe wasn't there. I'd hear what sounded like him practicing his golf chip shot in the TV room. The sound of his club hitting a plastic golf ball was a distinctive one, easily identified. I would call upstairs to him, thinking he was back, but he never was. I'd go up and check, and he never was. One time, I heard the sound of a little girl laughing at the very top of the steps. Joe had had an older sister that he never knew, Sandra, who died at the age of 3.5 from pneumonia, but in another house. I'd often hear the sound of the garage door into the TV room opening, signaling to me that Joe had returned. When I'd go upstairs to check, he was still gone, and the garage door was closed. I would hear the sound of footsteps upstairs, coming from various areas on the upstairs level. Of course, I always thought that it was Joe back home, but his car was always gone. I also heard things that were dropped on the floor upstairs while I was downstairs. I could never tell exactly where the sound was coming from, but sometimes it'd be really loud, so I'd go upstairs to investigate. However, nothing had ever fallen, nor was anything out of place. I often heard voices upstairs. I could swear that I could hear Joe's voice calling my name, or I might hear people talking together. Sometimes it was another solo voice, but always slightly muffled. Of course, anyone else except Joe entering the house would have been scary. I sleep with a mouth guard every night for my TMJ. Sometimes, when I woke up in the morning, it wasn't in my mouth, having been removed by, I think, some entity during the night while I slept. I'd find it in odd places in or on the bed, on the floor, or an odd place on top of the nightstand. It didn't make sense. And now that there's no more hauntings, it's always intact in my mouth when I wake up. But for a long while, I wasn't sure where I'd find it in the morning. I wish I could be more specific, but I just remember that little things in the house would suddenly disappear, never to be found. For example, we might leave a pen overnight on the dining room table, only to find it gone the next day. The worst thing for me was quite often hearing what sounded like a radio being played somewhere in the house or somewhere out there with people talking. It was always a group of people talking, and their speech was always garbled. Sometimes it sounded like they were vaguely laughing, but try as I might, I never could hear anyone speaking clearly. So I couldn't tell what they were saying. I'd hear this downstairs and upstairs. Joe heard it too. One time, he was at the dining room table, and he heard the same thing. Oddly enough, I didn't hear it this time, just him. I often had the disconcerting feeling that I was being watched in the house. I never saw something out of the corner of my eye, nor did I see anything one might describe as a ghost. I just felt like something was in the house with me, watching me. The next grouping of incidents my mom narrated to me have to do with others' experiences in the house. Somewhere around 2008, Joe and I took a vacation. At the time, your brother lived in his house close by, so we asked if he would come get our mail every couple of days and put it on our dining room table. After about the second or third time, he was over here one day, using the upstairs bathroom. When he came out and heard a rather loud conversation going on in the kitchen, he paused, trying to make out what they were saying. But, like with us, it was garbled, and they would laugh. It freaked him out so much he decided to pick up the rest of the mail and take it back to his house. Your brother spent the night here sometimes, and would experience the guest bedroom door, perfectly shut, open up by itself. He, as well, witnessed the door to the TV room to the garage open up by itself while he'd be watching TV. Your grandmother was visiting here around 2013, after your grandfather had died. Sometime during the night, around 1 a.m., she had to use the bathroom. On her way, she smelled something cooking in the kitchen, like a roast cooking in a crock pot. Of course, she investigated, and of course, there was nothing there. We hadn't even used the crock pot that evening. She said it was a nice smell, but definitely meat cooking and rather strong. When you and your ex-wife visited and spent the night downstairs, she told me the next day when she got up at night to use the bathroom, she saw a ghostly form of an old woman in her path. And when you and your ex-wife were seated in the TV room on the love seat, all of a sudden the light on the table next to the love seat came on by itself. I don't know if it was the same visit, but you were visiting, and there was some sort of list that you had compiled. We were going back and forth putting things in your car, and you almost forgot your list. I don't recall if we put the list on top of the telephone table in the dining room, or if it was on the table in the guest bedroom. At any rate, when I came back inside to fetch it, it was gone. Totally gone. You came in and I remember us looking everywhere, but we never found it. When you were staying over once, I'd given you a framed picture of your nephew. I put it on the nightstand so you wouldn't forget it when you left. It inexplicably disappeared, and we later found it at the bottom of a drawer in the same room. The last incident I can recall is the handheld mirror swinging back and forth on its own in the downstairs bathroom. That was pretty amazing. That's the end of her narration to me. After 2014, the hauntings suddenly stopped. To be clear, everyone who stayed at my mom's house experienced something unexplainable. Whenever I visited the house from out of town, I would experience doors opening by themselves, electronics turning on, muffled voices. Whatever entity or entities caused these incidents has moved on, but left an impression on my family that we'll never forget. We all have been told at one point or another not to mess with a Ouija board. It welcomes in spirits, it can bring on disaster, have respect, blah, blah, blah. So of course, when my brother and I were maybe 12 years old, we had to play with the one we found out our auntie had stashed away when we were visiting. We got about what you would expect from something we didn't take too seriously. Little girl wants to play, that whole thing. I think what creeped us out was when we said we were going to close the door now, that we had to go, and all we got was no. My brother and I just looked at each other. I told him to stop screwing with me, and he said the same thing back to me. So we said again, we really have to go. No. The board replied. Well, we promised to come back tomorrow to play, if you let us go, we pleaded. Goodbye, it replied. Of course, we didn't come back. We packed that thing up and never looked at it again. Now, fast forward several years, my brother and I move out of our mom's place and we get our own apartment. Life is good, and my sister wasted no time moving into our old room in the basement, under the stairs. One day she called me up and asked, Hey, you know a lot about that paranormal shit, don't you? Of course I did, or at least I knew more than she did. Well, she continued, there's this girl. She likes to run down the stairs, bump, 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 and then she slowly walks up the stairs, thump, thump, thump. All night. On top of that, sometimes I'll hear someone just outside my door whispering, Hey, until I go check to see who it is. Can you come check it out? Of course, because I didn't learn my lesson from the first time I played with spirit stuff, I said yes. So I go back to my mom's place one day, set up in the basement with a candle and my cell phone, like I'm a big shot paranormal investigator, and start asking questions. Are you here? What's your name? Are you angry at us? Nothing. So we try to escalate. Come on, coward, do something. Scratch us, yell at us. Hit something. Suddenly, from the living room downstairs, a knock. We looked at each other. Must be the cat, but let's go check. We go out and ask, Can you do it again? And it obliged. Knock. This one surprised us. It sounded like it came from the wood-framed couch that we were standing beside. So we said, Okay, one more time. If you're truly here, knock one more time. Now, I don't know if you had one of those metal banister railings going downstairs growing up, but if you had them, then you know the sound it makes when you hit it just right. That reverberating bong. Well, sure enough, after we called on it one last time, bong. Needless to say, we turned all the lights on, cleaned up, and went to bed for the night. It's been over a decade since then, and over the years it's escalated for her. No matter where she goes, bottles fly off the counters, bumps in the night, shadows in the corner, torn up bed sheets, and nightmares of that same little girl, only now she's angry. It seems to follow her wherever she goes, and when I'm with her, it's pretty common to hear a bump in another room, or something firmly in the middle of the coffee table to suddenly be on the floor. She just kind of lives with it, but I can't help but wonder, did my brother and I accidentally call on something all those years ago? And did it decide to torment our sister when we broke our promise to come back? When I was growing up, my parents would occasionally tell me the story of the time they played with the Ouija board. It was when they were dating, before I was born, and they had a crazy night with it, where it answered all kinds of questions. There's one thing that my parents are not: liars. So, these stories only intrigued me to find out for myself. When I was 17, I was a senior in high school, and I had my first serious boyfriend. We were both very curious to know if the Ouija board truly worked, so we bought one. My bedroom was in the basement, and we set it up on my bed. It was close to midnight. We lit candles, turned the lights out, and sat cross-legged on the bed, on each side of the board. We were supposed to pick a question, focus on it, with our index fingers lightly touching the planchette. The question we decided to ask was, will anyone talk to us? We must have sat there focusing on that question for about 40 minutes, occasionally shaking our hands out from them being tired of being held in that position. After about 40 minutes, the planchette started to vibrate underneath our fingers. Then it slowly moved to the word, yes. We stopped for a moment and looked at each other like, is this real? Then we asked, are you a spirit? And it moved away from the word yes and back to it. At this point, I noticed that I could feel a strange electricity moving throughout my body. I didn't like it. I've never felt it before or since. We decided to ask it, are you nice? And it very quickly moved to the word no. Now I'm riddled with terror. I exclaim that I cannot play anymore, and I go to pick up the board and put it back in the box. Except the board will not move. Not a sliver. It felt as though it was stuck with cement. I remember yanking with my entire body at least 3 times, before suddenly it felt as if something got off of the board, and I flew backwards with it in my hands. I slammed it into the box and closed it. My boyfriend's face was pale. He tells me, I have to go home. And I'm like, oh my God, don't leave me here. But he leaves. Here's where it gets even more scary. After I walked my boyfriend to the door, I went back down to my room. Only it didn't look like my room anymore. Don't get me wrong, nothing changed visually. It was still all of my stuff, but I felt like I was in a parallel universe. I felt so far away from all that was comfort and good. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm not a religious person at all, but I was so beside myself with terror that I didn't know what to do except to grab the Bible. I slept with it in my arms with the lights on. I actually slept with the lights on for the next week. I did not tell my parents what I had done because I didn't want to get in trouble for playing with the Ouija board in the house, or for my boyfriend staying over way later than he was allowed to. We played it after everyone went to bed. My room continued to not look or feel like mine for a couple of weeks. Also, when I would get up for school in the morning, I would have to walk through a dark basement living room to get to the stairs, because there was no light switch by my bedroom door for the living room. My bedroom door was in the back corner of it. So when I would first open my bedroom door, the light in my room would cast out into the living room darkness, and for a split second, I would see a black cat run from the patch of light into the dark. I would shake it off as my eyes playing tricks on me. But after a couple of weeks, I was eating breakfast upstairs with my family, and my 7-year-old sister exclaimed out loud, "I keep seeing a black cat in the basement." That confirmed that it was not a trick of my eyes. Also, about a month after playing the Ouija board, my dad says to me, "I don't know why, but the basement and the stairs have really bad vibes. And it's bothering me because when I bought this house, one of the things I liked was that it had good energy." That's when I realized for sure, without a doubt, that all of the stuff was not in my head. I had haunted my parents' house by playing that game. I learned after the fact that I was supposed to say goodbye before stopping the game. I think that had something to do with it. Another strange thing that happened, I always slept with my bedroom door locked. A few weeks after playing the game, I woke up in the middle of the night to somebody jiggling my bedroom door handle, violently. In the morning, I asked who was messing with me, but everyone acted like I was weird for asking. About 6 months after playing it, my stepmom was cleaning the house, found the Ouija board and threw it away. Things started to calm down a little bit after that, but it took years for that basement to feel okay again. And honestly, it never went back to feeling the way it did before I played. I finally owned up to my dad and stepmom about what I had done. I wasn't in huge trouble, but my dad was like, I knew the house felt different, damn it. And to this day, I feel bad for bringing that energy into the home. After that experience, I want absolutely nothing to do with Ouija boards, and they're not allowed in my home. I've learned. When I was little, my parents would often send me to Finland to spend the summer with my grandparents. We lived in Estonia. When I was 9, they decided to send me to Russia instead, so I'd spend it with my great-aunt, whom I rarely spent time with. My great-aunt had an old log cottage-style house and a sauna on her property. One time, my great-aunt and grandmother told me that we would all be going to the sauna, but made me promise not to speak after we left it. I did. We went into the sauna, and my great-aunt sat me down on a bench. She kneeled down in front of my face and said some weird words, after which I fell into a trance-like state. I was still awake, but everything around me was like a dream. I was fully present, but I couldn't move my body or head. My grandmother lay down on one of the top benches. My great-aunt started cracking chicken eggs and putting other stuff on my grandmother's body. I tried to move my body, but I couldn't. However, I managed to turn my head a little to the right. I noticed a massive mirror standing against the wall on the floor. So as I'm looking at it, that mirror lifted off the ground and started floating in small circles in a clockwise direction. I did not dream of it happening. It happened. I remember it so clearly. I wanted to scream in terror in that moment, but I couldn't. My mouth was shut and couldn't move. Once my great-aunt and grandmother were done doing whatever they were doing, we showered, got dressed, and left the sauna. As I walked out of the sauna, I felt that weird hold on my body be broken, so I could finally talk. And I blurted out something like, "That was really nice." And they got so angry at me. Only years later did I find out that they were actually doing a youth spell, and to talk after doing something like that was to null it or make it void. That's why they were angry. 15 years after the incident, while I was visiting my grandmother in Finland, I asked her about that day, and also if she was into witchcraft. She pretended like she didn't know what I was talking about, and denied it. My mom claims that my grandma is a witch. So a couple of weeks ago, I was working on the electrical wiring at a church. I got into a pretty crazy conversation with the pastor there. It seemed pretty far-fetched, but as I listened to him, he never smiled. And he's also an older man. I'd assume he'd have no reason to tell such a lie in such detail. You tell me. So he tells me that like 30 years ago, he and some members of the church went to volunteer and spread the word of God to the villages of the African Congo. It was nearly a 2-month trip, and the gist of what they would bring was a lot of Bibles, English Bibles. There was about 30 people, 15 adults, 15 young adults, and they would ship supplies to build small structures. Their mission was to provide education, which the pastor clarified was teaching prayer, not math and reading. Besides helping out in the community, their main goal was to build a church so that all the people in the village could continue to worship, even once the church or the mission was ready to return home. So the pastor says one day he went with a couple of military-type guides into the rainforest to gather resources. The pastor tells me that the rainforest alone was an impending spectacle. Behind the tree line hides an unforgiving place. And he said, where even God can't find you underneath the foliage and the vines. Through what he described as sweltering and humid air by midday, they'd all just traveled 1 to 2 miles deep into the Congo. Still, they were areas only touched by villagers on rare excursions. The pastor also emphasizes how odd the younger guide was acting the whole time, how he'd been giving him an uneasy feeling from the start of their trip, continuously looking over his shoulder, speaking quietly to the other guide in their native tongue. The pastor says he even asks if there was something wrong with this kid. The guide leading the way tells him that he's very superstitious, and he thinks that this area of the rainforest is cursed. It's not. Don't worry about him. So they continue deeper. Eventually they make it to a water source and take a break. They all set their backpacks down or whatever they were carrying and drink and eat food that they packed. The younger guide is looking more and more uncomfortable while whispering to the second guide. The pastor asks, "What's he saying?" The guide does his best to translate his buddy's concern, but basically saying he doesn't want to be hiking back in the dark. Guide number 1 reassures both the younger guide and the confused pastor that they should be out by sunset. "Don't worry," he tells the pastor. The pastor tells me that he takes this opportunity to remind them that God is on their side, protecting them. Guide number 1 translates that back, and they all prayed together. Moments after, he says that the rainforest went silent, so noticeably quiet that even with the language barrier, an exchange of glances confirmed they were all feeling the same unsettling knot form in their stomachs. The ground starts to vibrate beneath them and then stops. The lead guide explains that they're above a winding cave system called the TESDAHL caves. One of the tunnels may have collapsed, and that was probably the cause of the sudden quake. I ask the pastor what he's feeling when he's hearing this. Did he know there was going to be random earthquakes? He explains that he was truly freaked out, and at that point was firmly gripping the cross around his neck. He suggests to the group that they wrap up what they're doing and start the trek back. The guide says that they need to collect a fishing trapper net that they had a little ways up the river. They can't leave it out. So, reluctantly, they proceed to follow the river up about a mile until they reach the mouth of a huge cave, dark and deep. Its entrance swallowed any light that the trees didn't block. The pastor tells me that from a distance, it looked like huge patches of webs were stuck on the walls and rocks, resembling what some caterpillars do in trees in the summer. He says that that kind of stuff was all over the mouth of this cave. Approaching, the pastor makes it clear he wants nothing to do with this, telling them, "I'm not going in there." But the guide tells him that's fine, that he can wait at the edge, it's only a couple of meters inside. The two guides get out their lanterns and leave their backpacks with the pastor. He watches them walk through this massive entrance. A couple of strides in, and the lead guide misses his footing on a wet rock, crashing into the shallow riverbed, destroying his lantern. The shattering of glass can be heard over the moving water. The younger guard scrambles to help him back up, but is told to stop moving. Or at least that's what the pastor thinks is said, because the kid freezes in place like a statue, both of them now staring into the darkness. The pastor held his breath. Fear hung in the air. It was an immediate saturation of senses, watching them both stay there motionless, doing their best not to disturb a single atom around them. This goes on until the younger guide slowly starts moving his lantern, briefly illuminating a small portion of the black with faint visibility. On the wall, there looks to be a massive cocoon attached to one of its interior formations. But upon closer inspection, as the light continues its path across, it's revealed to be a big leopard, deceased and wound tightly in the web. Its head is partially sticking out of the shell of silk around it. The pastor realizes that the shoreline and riverbed are littered with bones from many different animals, the sight of which makes him want to run, but he has absolutely no clue where. He says that while keeping his eyes on the light, scanning the cave, he slowly made his way out of the water with the others' backpacks and set them down on dry land. Just in case he had to move quickly, he didn't want to drop everything in the running river. The lead guide gets to his feet and points for his partner to shine the light up. When they do, the pastor says he witnessed a creature that, I quote, was a nightmare from hell, staring down at them. It was a spider, larger than a car. Only its upper half was uncovered. The rest of its body was tucked inside a hole above that it quickly retreated in when the light touched its eyes. The pastor stretched his arm out wide, said its legs were literally 5-6 feet long, something he couldn't help but catch his breath while describing to me. And it was fast, he said. Right when the light touched it, it pushed itself backwards into the labyrinth of tunnel formations. The pastor says he begins to shout at the two guides in the water, telling them to run. The shout makes them jump, sending them into a sprint directly backwards. They reach the pastor. Everyone throws on their backpacks, and now he joins in their sprint. Glancing back, the spider never reemerged from the nest to pursue, but that didn't change their pace at all. By the time they were out of the rainforest, the pastor's legs were covered in cuts and lashes from the vines and branches they ran through. He lifted up his pant leg and pulled down his sock to show me his old wrinkled scars on his shins, just to prove it. He says they got back in their truck, and well before sunset, they drove back to the village. En route, the lead guide is talking on the radio with some haste. When they arrive, they're at the village center, and the truck doors are being swung open by more military men. These ones have guns, and they look more official than the two guides the pastor was hiking with. They direct them out of the truck, bring them to a small wooden one-room building. Inside the building is a well-dressed man. He says he's sitting behind a table, smoking. When they enter, he puts out the cigarette, and he stands up to greet them. The pastor says that this man's attention was mainly focused on him, and he spoke fluently in English, telling the pastor that what he saw will never reach Western media. He tells him that they have copies of his passport, his address, and other personal information that will ensure his compliance, otherwise risking total financial and physical ruin. He goes on, stating further that if word got out about this species of spiders, the deforestation to hunt and eradicate them would cause irreparable damage to all of the other wildlife there. He explains that when new nests are discovered in the caves, a team later sets out to bomb that tunnel system, closing off the entrance and destroying countless limited resources in the process. He tells the pastor, "You cannot stay here. You cannot speak of what you saw to your team. Your mission is over." And with that, they had other men pack up the pastor's belongings, and he was thrown on a plane back home, separated with no chance to talk to anyone from the church before he left. I asked him, what the heck did he tell everyone when they started wondering where he'd gone? He tells me he'd simply told them it was something God had told him to do. He says that he was most worried about them while they were still there. He wasn't sure that they would remain safe, telling me that the man that sent him home, he wasn't friendly, and he meant business. The pastor believed that he let them leave because of their affiliation with the church, and that's all. He ended his story to me with the name of the spider, or what he thought it was, not one that was shared with him by anyone in the Congo, but something he discovered years later when curiosity got the better of him. Of course, I can't remember the name of the spider, because it was something insane. But I've been searching the internet, and the things I'm finding, well, they're terrifying. The stories themselves, without visuals, they're enough to give me nightmares. It was too wild of a story to not share it with someone before it left my brain or something. So, what do you think? Like most people, I had a rather unfavorable experience while playing with a Ouija board. I was 16 years old, my sister was 15, and her friend also 15. We thought we were witches, basically. I'm not knocking witches, but we just weren't them. We lit our candles, we turned out all the lights, and we set this up in our bonus room. My parents usually went to bed pretty early. As soon as they did, we started the session. No one spoke at first, and we hadn't really discussed exactly what we were going to ask, but eventually my sister asks, "If someone is here with us, can you tell us your name?" We waited. Nothing. 10 minutes goes by and our patience is dwindling. My sister asks again, "Can you tell us your name?" A few moments later, we all feel the planchette move, ever so slightly and slowly, towards no. I instantly knew that no one was messing with me because they each looked more afraid than I did. So I ask, "Do you want to talk to us?" It moves slightly away from the no, and then quickly back to it. And then, like something straight out of a horror movie, the planchette repeats this motion over and over, quickly, as if screaming no at us. We all let go simultaneously and stand upright. My sister's friend looks like she's about to pass out. We're standing over the board, essentially staring at it, like we knew something more was going to happen. We watched as the planchette lifted off the board, hovering about 4 inches above it. Instinctually, we all grabbed hands, and we waited for this thing to drop. Meanwhile, you can hear our dog going crazy from the other side of the door. barking nastily and scratching at the door. He was relentless. I knew my parents would wake up any minute. The planchette was still hovering over the board, sitting perfectly still in the air. We all let out a yelp when my parents came bursting into the bonus room. I never took my eyes off the board, though, and I watched as the planchette fell suddenly. My sister let go of my hand and ran out of the room, her friend following close behind, leaving me to explain to my parents what we were doing. Before going back to bed, my mom grabs my sister and her friend from her room, telling them that they need to be with me when I say goodbye, that we have to say goodbye to the board, and to promise not to use that thing in the house anymore. So, scared shitless, we returned to the board and said our goodbyes. The board didn't say it back, but we felt our job was done. That bonus room must have absorbed some sort of bad juju. Our dog never stepped foot in there again without making a huge fuss, and he wasn't a fussy boy. When my parents were getting ready to sell the house, there were lots of accidents that took place in that room. An electrical fire, paint splatter, and the door refusing to open unless you were literally about to break it down. My intuition tells me that it's more than just a coincidence. So here's a fascinating and horrifying story about my stepmom, Olga. When she was a young child, she was plagued with health issues. They prevented her from leaving the bed most of the days because she was too ill to stand for long periods of time. The sickness came on suddenly when she was in the middle of first grade. One day, Olga is an athletic, happy girl. The next morning, she's throwing up blood in her bed, running a fever of over 39 degrees Celsius. And all of this was happening at the worst stretch of time in her adolescence so far. Her parents were in the middle of a separation. When Olga saw her dad, it was either him sleeping on the couch or screaming and fighting in the kitchen with her mother, Ava. Then he'd be gone again for weeks at a time. At the young age of 24, Ava had taken on the responsibilities of a single mother, tending to a sick daughter alone. When Olga first went to the hospital, the doctors would originally diagnose her with acute ulcers due to the issues at home. They'd prescribe her a heartburn medication that never really fixed the problem. Olga said the intensity of her fevers would make her hallucinate, to the point of seeing people walk around her room. She'd be sitting up in bed, wide awake, watching as the shadow in the darkest corner of her room bends and morphs into a human silhouette. Then that silhouette stepped out through its two-dimensional boundaries, becoming a three-dimensional being. Then they'd usually walk through the wall adjacent to Olga, passing by the foot of her bed. Olga tries to tell her mom about these vivid shadow people that she's been seeing appear in her room. But Ava's answer is to start diagnosing Olga herself with allergies and illnesses that she's read about in books and checked out at the library. By this point, Olga had stopped seeing her physician. None of the doctors that met with Olga could figure out what was wrong with her. A few times during this, Olga would have a break in her fever. She'd even have enough strength to get out of bed and walk around the house. Then, after dinner or the next morning, her fever would spike again. She'd be forced to take refuge in her bed for weeks. Olga's dad was a lawyer. Every couple of years, he'd uproot and move the family on a whim, taking a high-profile client and needing to be closer to them, or partnering up with a law firm until the relationship goes sour. Olga's never in one place too long growing up. The family had only recently moved into that house, a month before Olga's dad had left. This place was a stark contrast to the other homes they'd lived in, though, located in a small town near Salem. Within the first week, Ava would begin expressing concerns that she thought she was being stalked by someone. Olga's dad ignored her claims, accusing her of lying to get attention. One particularly scary incident involved Ava running through their front door. Her face was bruised and she had a rope tangled around her neck. She was in hysterics as she told Olga and her dad about going to the market and getting attacked by two men. They came up from behind and grabbed Ava in the parking lot when she was putting away her groceries. They tried to pull her into their car, but she was able to cause enough of a scene and fight them off long enough for them to give up and run away. Ava didn't get a good description of them because they attacked her from behind. After a moment of silence, Olga remembers her dad scoffed and asked her mom if she'd gotten the 2% milk. He belittled her claims and insinuated that she'd done it to herself for attention. The ordeal had left Ava in a state of despair, while her partner continued his daily routines, emotionless to the family. Olga said that she'd never seen her father smile. He never laughed, never played or showed affection. Her scrapes and bruises weren't met with empathy. She was told that crying made her look weak. Eventually, Olga stopped crying, stopped trying to be heard because she knew no one was listening. Olga had been treated like a miniature adult and expected to act accordingly. That's why Olga chose not to talk to her mom about the waking nightmares she'd been experiencing on an almost nightly basis by that time. The entities appearing in her room began to speak. Most of it was in a garbled English, though some were in a different language. But all of them sounded like someone talking under the water while you're just above the surface. Random words could be understood, but most of the noise was too muddled for interpretation. None of these matte black figures that would cross through Olga's bedroom were the same. All of them different sizes and shapes, each with different speaking tones, and none of them would interact with Olga as they passed by the foot of her bed, except for one. A stout female entity with long hair flowing like smoke from a candle, but its direction going down instead of up. She stands at the end of Olga's bed. Her face is featureless, but Olga can feel that they're staring into each other's eyes. Olga can't believe what she's seeing, and she really has a moment to examine this shadow figure. Besides the hair becoming more translucent as it's parted and moved by her shoulders, the rest of her was pure, deep black. The light given off by Olga's side table lamp was absorbed by its skin instead of reflected. Then it spoke to Olga. The sound was so close, she didn't know if it was in her head or if it had been audible on the outside. Though a submerged tone, Olga believed it said, "You feed the flowers." To stop herself from screaming, Olga kept her hands cupped tightly around her mouth. She did that the whole time this entity was interacting with her, all the way until it stepped back from her bed and back through the wall. For days, Olga would think about those words, what they could have meant. Then, one sunny afternoon, the mailman brings a vase filled with beautiful daffodils. It was addressed to Olga. Her first grade class had gotten her a bouquet of flowers, along with a get well soon card signed by all of her classmates. Eva brought it into Olga's room, put it on the table beside her. When she left, Olga laughed at herself when a tear escaped from her eye. More tears would follow as she smelled the sweet fragrance of her flowers and read through all the little notes her friends had wrote on the edges of her card. Later that night, Eva prepares Olga's dinner, places it on a TV tray in front of her. Olga often struggled to keep food down, so her eating habits mostly consisted of picking through little bites of food, taking small sips of water, rarely able to finish what was on her plate. Her mom would make her finish the glass of water, though. Eva insisted it be gone by the time she came to retrieve the dishes. This night was like the rest. Olga would choke down a portion of her meal and then decided she was done. Olga set the TV tray on the floor next to her bed, but before she got fully back under her blankets, she saw her glass of water sitting on the tray as she barely drank. Olga was already feeling a bit nauseous, didn't want to place any more substances in her body. Instead, Olga grabs the glass. She dumps it into the egg-shaped vase of flowers from her class, and then goes to bed. The next morning, when Olga wakes up, she finds her flowers have wilted and died. Almost instantly, this makes her recall the shadow woman, what she'd said. Seeing the flowers are now dead, it scares Olga enough to make her stop drinking the water her mom would bring with every meal. She became so dehydrated, she had to crawl from her bed to the bathroom in her room just to get a drink from the faucet while her mom was asleep. When her mom would bring her the water, she would later pour it off the opposite side of her bed, next to the wall. It would eventually start to mold the carpet and smell, but not before Olga had already been doing this for over a week. In this time, Olga found that she was less fatigued and tired. She would keep her slight health improvement a secret from Ava, using her new sense of energy to quietly explore the house when her mom would go to sleep. Olga was also having to deal with an increase in appetite, so she would sneak into the kitchen, eat the leftovers that were thrown away that night. On one of these excursions to the kitchen, Olga notices a small box on the counter. It was tipped over and some of its contents had spilled out in front of it. Its mess frozen on display and left to clean up in the morning. Olga walks over to see what had spilled. At first, she's inspecting the small mound of thick white powder, thinking it's baking soda. She puts her finger in it. The texture is softer than baking soda, possibly flour or powdered sugar. Olga also remembers finding a small amount of this substance on the rim of a water glass that her mom had brought to her. Ava told Olga that it was powdered dish soap from the dishwasher. Olga, being a child and curious to find an answer to her new little mystery, was about to put her finger in her mouth to taste it when her eyes just so happened to glance over at an eye-catching red and white logo on the box. Below the name was an image of a white rat, over it a red X. Olga knew that anything with a big red X should probably be avoided, so she quickly wiped the powder off of her fingers onto her pajamas. Olga initially got scared, thought that she'd put her hand in rat poison, but she'd never seen a rat in the house, and the box said tracking powder. Olga left it as it was, ate her snack, and went to bed. The next day, while her mom was at the store, Olga calls the only number she can remember, which is her Uncle Victor. He's surprised to hear her voice, and he listens to her tell him about the water. When she's finished, Victor tells Olga he's on his way over. Olga sits on the living room couch, watches out the window for Victor. He lives in an apartment complex 2 neighborhoods down. But before she sees his truck, Olga sees Ava's car turn into the driveway. Olga leaps from the couch. She's about to turn and run to her bedroom when she sees Victor's truck come flying in, pulling directly behind Ava's car. Ava gets out of her car, startled as Victor jumps from his truck and starts yelling at her in Russian. Ava starts yelling back. This is the angriest Olga has ever seen Victor. He was frothing at the mouth while he was yelling. Then, Victor pushes Ava to the gravel, starts walking towards the front door. He sees Olga in the window and tells her to unlock the door. She's petrified with fear but runs to unlock the deadbolt. Victor kicks open the door and yells at Olga to get in the truck. He then walks back into the bedroom, opens her closet door, and with one bear hug grasp, manages to get all of Olga's clothes in between his interlocking arms. Then he turns, pushes Olga in front of him. He's guiding her with his hips down a path towards his truck. When they got into the driveway, Ava started screaming at Olga not to get into Victor's truck, and that she'd call the police. Victor tells Olga to keep walking, starts cussing at Ava in Russian and English, calling her insane, saying that he'd be calling the cops when he and Olga got back to his apartment. Victor threw Olga's clothes in the bed of his truck, then lifted Olga with one arm, opening the passenger door with the other, throwing her in. Victor slams her door, then walks around to his side and they kick up gravel, leaving marks on the driveway as they back out of it and onto the road. The short ride to Victor's home is silent. When they get to his apartment, they leave Olga's clothes in the truck, walk right inside. Victor gets on the phone with the police. Olga sits in the living room and listens to him tell the police that his sister's been poisoning his niece. Victor tells the cops that his sister has always had problems, but she never got help. He never thought that she'd do something like this. As Victor sat on the couch next to Olga, she saw him cry. Then Olga cried. Eva had been lacing Olga's water with rat poison and other drugs to keep her sick. After Olga's dad left, Eva's abandonment crisis and other underlying mental health warnings manifested into an unhealthy obsession to feel needed. Olga's sickness gave her the purpose she was so desperate for. It was the assurance she needed that Olga could never leave her. My stepmom ended up living with her uncle Victor until she met my sad, divorced single dad at a baseball game in their early 20s. She fell in love with his wackiness and the little nugget he had with him. And we've been a happy family ever since. Needless to say, I've never met Grandma Eva. For some background, I've been a behavioral health nurse for about 12 years. My first job was at a freestanding mental health facility in the South. This facility is pretty uniquely constructed, as it was originally a plantation owned by a wealthy Irishman who immigrated here sometime in the 1700s. The original plantation house is still there and is now used as a business office, and the hospital itself was constructed to be attached to the house. If you explore the campus, there's a small graveyard with the original owner's tombstone, as well as some other family members of his. Additionally, there's a sign that says something along the lines of, "This is dedicated to the slaves that worked and died on this plantation." Anyway, one of the stories that's been passed down among the employees there for decades is that a young girl in the Irishman's family, one of his daughters or grandchildren, passed away on the plantation at a really young age, and that her ghost still lingers around the house and the facility, and that there are certain patient rooms that have unusual amounts of paranormal activity. One day I was walking past one of these rooms, and in my peripheral I saw a young girl who looked to be about 9 or 10 years old, sitting on the bed. She was wearing a colonial-looking dress, appropriate for the time period in which she was alive, and she looked directly in my eyes when I turned to look at her. I was incredibly startled, and my mind raced for a few seconds, trying to convince myself that she wasn't there. I walked a few feet past the room, gathered the courage to go back, and she had disappeared from sight. She didn't have any ethereal qualities, nothing otherworldly or strange. She literally just looked like a real person, sitting right there in plain view. During my time there, I never heard of anyone else that saw her as clearly as I did. But every once in a while, one of my coworkers or a patient would experience something strange, like doors opening and slamming shut. I remember one patient in particular that ran out of his room, white as a sheet. He said that while he was laying in bed, his bathroom door slammed on its own. It was so loud, I heard it from the nurse's station myself. This patient was there for addiction and had no history of hallucinations. This is the second time this has happened to me. Last year in October, I had a problem with things breaking. For example, my some-month-old phone suddenly had a crack on the screen when I retrieved it after work. It was in an area I constantly had my eye on, so it didn't drop and nothing was dropped on it. I also woke up to find the rim of my glasses broken. When I went to sleep, they weren't damaged at all, and nothing fell on them. I mentioned it to a coworker, and she suggested that I salt the place, I did, and after I was done, I heard a knock on the wall. I brought my tortoise to the wall, and he gave me a funny look. I heard animals are more sensitive. On my coworker's advice, I'd also bought gargoyles. They're facing the door. A few hours ago, I heard a strange sound that sounded like some sort of cat being murdered. The sound came from the front. Just heard it once and it was short. Thought my dog might be safe going out the back. I took my eye off my dog for a bit and I grabbed the salt. I saw her doing her business and I started salting along the doors to give her privacy. After I let her in, she was acting a little bit weird. While I was with her, I heard a couple of odd sounds coming from the front. She did too, but she didn't want to bark at them or anything. She's a Pomeranian. There wasn't anything out there when I checked. Could this be the same thing from October? Or what could this be? This just happened to me today. I needed a watch for work and I looked at the usual spot where I keep it. Nothing. Then I went searching the area and I couldn't find it. On my way out, I grabbed a jacket I haven't worn since last year. On a whim, I searched the pockets, turning them inside out and nothing. About an hour ago, I heard a beep. I decided to check my pocket. I found my watch. No idea how it got there. It doesn't have a hole in it it could have fallen in. Years ago, I lost a buck in the car. After searching, I couldn't find my buck, but I found a 20 instead. I never lost a 20. Never found that buck. When I was 17, senior class of 97, I stayed with a family in Western Ireland as part of my church's program abroad. I lived there for 6 months. The family's home was a cottage-style home, very old but comfortable and loving. Those were my thoughts as we pulled up to the front anyway, and I would maintain those thoughts for most of the house. But when I walked into my room, after I'd spent time there, I started to feel something heavier, something silent but consuming. At first, I kept telling myself, new places, new faces. It's all just new, and that's why you feel this way. But regardless of what I told myself, there was no way to stop the feeling I had in my gut. And the feeling didn't just stay there. It grew. Nightmares, almost every night. I never so much as remembered a dream, let alone suffered from nightmares. But I'd wake up with my covers being off of my body, off of my bed entirely. Sometimes, I swear I'd wake up just as it was happening. And when I did, there was almost always a cold chill in the air, even through the summer months. I asked the boy who was living there, the son, who I'll call Eric, had anyone ever complained about the draft that seemed to come from nowhere in that room, the one where I stayed. Eric was a little younger than me. He told me there was probably something wrong with the window. But Eric didn't look comfortable saying this. In fact, Eric tried to avoid eye contact. And contact in general. He really wanted to avoid my inquiries. So the nightmares. They almost always involved me trying to find the source of this icy cold breeze, with me walking aimlessly around this one room, my room. The chill would almost start to burn my skin. You aren't supposed to feel pain in your dreams, right? Well, I did. So were these actually nightmares or something else? I still don't know. Eventually, The nightmares got to a point where I couldn't hardly move. I'd be bound to my bed, stuck looking around the room from the horizontal viewpoint. By this time, it wasn't the nightmares or the blankets that scared me. It was waking up in pain. It left me feeling out of control, terrified. I'd have visible marks on my skin, not scratches, but rather patches of irritated skin, small rashes that burned, and my stomach would ache, a horrible pain, like it was eating itself. Again, I approached the son living in the home, just 2 rooms down from my own room. I asked Eric, or I told him rather, there's something seriously wrong with that room. Showing him my rash, I start to explain the nightmares. He's visibly uncomfortable, but he starts to talk. He's calling for his mother, Nancy. Now, my mom was in her late 50s at the time, so older than Nancy, who was in her late 40s. My mom was rather strict, deeply religious, and highly skeptical about pretty much everything. I respected my mother, but I didn't exactly listen or feel when she spoke to me about many things. I didn't feel she'd taken the time to really educate herself or open her mind. I know now she had little opportunity, but either way, I liked Nancy. I just wasn't sure how she'd respond to me asking about nightmares and such in her home. I was nervous. Though younger than my own mother, Nancy spoke with conviction. She spoke like she'd lived 1,000 lives, but she also felt really open, if that resonates with anyone. She filled me in on all the local history as we walked through town and the church over the last few months. We spoke of the Great Freeze and the potato famine suffered by the area a long time ago, the rebuild. She'd even taught me a very mild Irish reel, which I wasn't half bad at. I found it most interesting that she was a member of their version of a historical society. I asked Nancy about ghosts before, just a general question. Had she ever seen one? Would I see one? She laughed and told me to consider myself lucky if I see one on my trip, that she hadn't seen one in years. I sort of took this to mean my question was silly, that there wasn't such thing as ghosts in Ireland or something. Turns out I was wrong. Eric tells Nancy, Bryn says that there's something wrong with her room. She's even got proof. He shifts his gaze to me and nods, saying, show her your arms. My sleeves are still up, so I shift my arms over to Nancy's view. She doesn't look surprised. Ah, I see. Long pause as she examines my arms. How have you been sleeping? Not great. I've been having nightmares for months, but now it's like I can't move. That's what I was telling Eric just now. They look at each other. For some reason, this spirit seems to communicate with the girls. She was a young girl. We believe her name is Emma. Nancy explains that the house has been in her family since the early 1900s. But prior to that, it was owned by the same family for many decades, and one just before that. The house had survived the famine, but the original family did not. It was typical for families to huddle in the highest room of the house, or for the last surviving members to stay in that type of room. Usually, it was children, and they didn't always make it. I understood this. There were several deaths during this time. It's why I was sure that the area was inherently haunted. Why do you think her name is Emma? Have you spoken to her? I asked Nancy. My sister did, Eric piped up. That was her old room. Then Nancy starts. Yes, she used a Ouija board, which she didn't have permission to do, by the way, and she says the girl is Emma, and that she died here in the house, in that room. She died hungry and freezing. Your rashes are probably early stages of frostbite, Eric said, rather eerily. There was a little bit of silence after his statement. I was feeling a bit better, actually. Not about his odd statement, but just in that I had experienced something that someone else had too. Did your daughter get these rashes too? They both confirmed that yes, she did. Well, how did she get it to stop? They said in unison. Attempting to break the slight tension in the room, Nancy tells me, "You're welcome to sleep on the sofa. It's not very comfortable, but given the state of your arms, it may suit you better." At the point of this conversation, I had just 1 month left in my 6-month stint. I opted to sleep on the couch, but I kept my things in the room. Every time I entered the room, I would say hello to Emma, or goodbye. Once I started sleeping on the couch, my sleep was back to normal. So much so that I seriously recommended they offer the couch first to any future guests. They explained to me they don't get many guests anymore. Apparently, word has gotten around about their home, their guest room already being occupied, if you will. I guess my parents missed that memo. They weren't even willing to entertain that what I'd experienced was real. Not that I was expecting much. They weren't the open-minded type, after all. I'll end by saying that when I left for good, I tried to give a pep talk of sorts to Emma. I won't share it here because it's between me and her, but I think she was struggling to move on or be heard. When I went to see the family last, on what would have been the 10-year anniversary of me living with them, 2007, I met the sister. She, Eric, and I walked through the old guest room, which was converted into a sort of sewing room for Nancy. The sister looks at me and asks if I can feel a difference. I stand there for a minute, and I take it seriously, sort of closing my eyes, relaxing, breathing. I don't feel anything except sunshine through the window. I look over at her, and I ask if she can feel it too. It's lighter, both literally, but in our lungs too. It made us both smile. So my friend and I like to drive around at night, talk, get food, listen to music, etc. We're always driving down back roads, mostly in my small town. We usually play tricks on the town perv whenever we see him driving out and about at night too. Tonight, we didn't see him and we decided to go drive around and circle back to the middle of town to see if he came out tonight or not. My friend decided to go down this one back road. It wasn't a road we'd never driven on, considering we'd been down every road in that small town, but it wasn't the normal back road we usually take. I didn't question why she went down this road instead of the other one. I just continued our conversation. As she's driving and I'm talking, we both stop mid-sentence to ask, "Did you just see that?" As a yellow, large, dust-looking glob moves across the street into the trees. Not even into the trees. It was more like overlapping them, if that makes sense. I'm glad she saw it too, because I would have thought I was crazy, as it wouldn't have been the first time I'd seen something and no one else had. It was transparent, dirty yellow, kind of like what your yellow marker looks like once you used it over black or brown pen while coloring. And it looked like a gust of wind blew over a dry pile of dirt. It's 64 degrees out and no wind, and it wasn't from our car, as it was visible in front of us, and then next to our car. My friend and I both think that it might have been a ghost or spirit of some kind, but the fact that it was yellow scares us, because doing further research online, yellow spirits usually mean they're sending a cautious warning. But I just wanted to confirm that. What does a yellow spirit or ghost, dust particles, mean for us? Are we going to be okay? This happened last year, 2021, so I remember it pretty well as it still haunts me to think about. I was coming up I-77 in West Virginia, and the weather had changed from the rain and sleet to snow and whiteouts. I was at one of the spots that us truckers pull off at. I was trying to go ahead when I felt a heavy hand grab my shoulder, and then a man kind of chuckled and said, "Son, if you're trying to drive through, then it must be important." I said, "Yeah, I'm going home to see my kids." He gave me a look of understanding. He said he was heading home to see his grandkids, but he was going north to I-79. I was headed north to I-64, where I-64 and I-77 split, so I-64 goes west to Kentucky. We stood there and talked about things, and he said his name was Bill, and he was going to go on. If I wanted to, I'd be safer to follow him, because he could tell I was going to go on anyway. We get in our trucks and head out. We get out about 5 or 10 miles, and the interstate starts with the mountain drops. And as we do, I see his trailer going toward the guardrail. And I'm done, almost to a complete stop because we can only do 45 here. And I see his truck and trailer break through the guardrail, with his trailer stuck in this position. I stopped, got out. I'm going to get my chains and whatever else I had to pull him up when I see a DOT officer pull up. Where Bill and I had just met was the scale house, checking out the weather, so DOT was close. They stopped me, said that it would only pull my truck down with him. I fought back, trying to hook it up, but it was no use. I knew he was right. So I stood there, helpless. They told me that the tops of the trees had gone into the cab, killing him. And I remember thinking, why a driver with 25 years? Why not a driver like me with only 7 years, when I could have easily went off behind him? I've been past there a couple of times since, and my hands shake when I go by or when I think of that night. I think of Bill from time to time, and if not for him, I might not be alive today. So to Bill, thank you, and I'm sorry you couldn't make it home. To Bill's family, he was a good man. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help him. I know it's not a ghost story, but not all haunts are ghosts. Some are just memories of stuff that we went through. I'm an armed uniformed security officer in my city. Well, 2 years ago, my company was providing services for a motel named the Knights Inn. The motel was preparing to shut down for a massive remodel, as well as code and structural updates. Now, the motel was previously 2 separate motels, but when the Knights Inn bought it, they merged the 2 properties into one. During the nearly 20 years of running between both of the original motels, they saw some rather negative events. This location just so happens to be within walking distance from the county jail, so when a number of persons were released from custody, they found their way to these motels over the years. Murders, drug overdoses, and suicides were all reported on this property. All these dark events left negative imprints on these grounds. Fast forward to when I worked on the property, during the overnight hours, and the 3 events during 3 separate shifts I worked, and the one I responded to as a cover officer. The first was on my 4th shift. The first few went very slow and boring. No one had told me or my staff the history of the property at this point. Well, the second to last week of operation, I was helping the on-duty night auditor prepare the morning breakfast bar, and the kitchen was in a part of the building where a long shut-down restaurant once was. The auditor was preparing waffle batter and filling pitchers of orange juice when an unopened 12-pack of canned soda exploded next to the service access stairwell, which was padlocked from the inside of the service hallway to the kitchen. The auditor's scream was chilling as well as deafening. Well, due to some of the less than upstanding guests they'd rent rooms to, I began down the stairs to find that the doors were still secured and no one could have entered through them. I stuck my finger in the puddle of soda, thinking that maybe it had been overheated or something, causing them to burst, but no, it was slightly cool. As I looked at the auditor, still shaking, holding a small kitchen knife, trying to calm her down, we both heard a loud little girl giggle, but it sounded unusual. Needless to say, we both bolted from the kitchen back to the main desk. 5 minutes later, the auditor told me no one checked in tonight with kids. The following week, and the last week of the location being open before the remodel, I was doing standard grounds patrolling, making sure no doors were unsecured or people fighting. Just about the time I finished, I get a call from the front desk, calling a Code 6 priority. I ran back to the office, nearly tripping on the stairs in the courtyard. Once I arrived, I saw a young woman and her daughter, just the cutest little 3-year-old. The mother was crying uncontrollably, but managed to tell me her husband was not himself. That after nearly an hour in their room, he pulled a knife out of nowhere and started wildly swinging it in the room at his wife and kid. The wife said that he hates weapons, and he wouldn't have had one. So I began searching the grounds for the man, and I found him sitting in a dark corner of the courtyard. He had the knife in his hand and was blankly staring ahead. Once the knife hit the light, I saw the blood. Then I noticed he was bleeding. I ordered that he drop the knife as he slowly started to walk towards me. I repeated a second time. Then, on the 3rd order, I drew my weapon, and I ordered that he stop and to think about his kid. Right as I did, 3 local officers sprang from behind me, 2 with their CEWs, tasers, drawn. In a quick display, I heard the deputy order, and then followed, "Taser, taser, taser." The local officers took the man into custody, and they were having me fill out a statement when I overheard 2 of the deputies talking. Want to know what's odd? The room that they're staying in had a suspicious death a few days ago, but detectives say it was drug-induced suicide. The other deputy replied, What are the odds that this guy went nuts? I personally think that's a little too odd that a man commits suicide. Come to find out, he'd cut his arms until he bled out. And then a week later, another man loses his mind, cuts himself up, and is unresponsive the whole time he's being spoken to. Okay, so the most damning paranormal event, in my opinion, that happened was the first week we closed for remodeling. I was walking around the inside and another officer stopped in to hang out on his break. I made the suggestion that we sit in the old restaurant and see if the place was for real haunted. He reluctantly agreed. Using a spirit box app on my phone that before that night I thought I overpaid for, we sat and asked questions. For about 20 minutes, nothing came through. and we joked that maybe the place wasn't haunted after all. I thought I saw something across the room, so I tried to light it up, but I came to find out that my flashlight had died. So while sitting at the table, I pulled my taser out of the holster as we sat in a nearly pitch-black room to use its light if needed. Instantly, the Spirit Box app said, "Yellow, gun," in the same voice. Now mind you that me and this officer had the same level of training and were fully certified through the city, but his response was, "The fuck does it mean by yellow gun?" I then proceeded to place my taser on the table and turned its light on. I'd never heard so many F-bombs as I did from him as he stormed out of the room. The final incident, I'm still unsure of, but the one phrase the suspect yelled, "There will be more ghosts here tonight if you enter." 4 weeks after the motel closed, I was working a city patrol when an on-duty officer called for priority backup from all available officers on duty. "Sam, 262 to Nights Inn. What's the situation?" The officer responded. 4 to 6 persons have made entry into the back building, barricaded themselves into a room. I was the first responding officer just after 3 a.m., and I met the on-duty site officer. As we were talking, and a third officer arrived, we heard 3 gunshots ring out from down the hallway. At this time, we contacted the local sheriff's office about the situation. Within minutes, several deputies arrived in ASV, active shooter vests, and helmets. They attempted to reach the room as we watched from the end of the hallway. 5 more shots rang out from the doorway, and luckily, no one was struck. The deputies fell back to the end of the hallway where the 3 of us were. A supervisor for the deputies ordered 4 of them to watch the hallway as the rest took position around the building. We asked what we needed to do, and he replied to block the entrances to the property and that no one comes in that isn't an officer. So basically, we were to keep out the impending reporters. SWAT arrived and the deputies pulled back. SWAT took position. The whole time, the suspect saw the activity from the windows and the holes in the door. A lieutenant with SWAT and a public relations officer came over to me and the other guys on my staff. And while asking us what happened before the deputies responded, and from a broken-out window, we heard the suspects say, "There will be more ghosts here tonight if you enter." Around 5 a.m., the SWAT armored vehicle pulled up next to the back of the building, and we heard 3 thumps. SWAT shot OC shells into the room before breaching from the windows and doorway. And just as soon as we heard the thumps and saw the smoke, 5 of the suspects were being carried out, and a 6th was being rushed onto a straightboard to an ambulance. Come to find out, the man with a pistol in the room took his 5 friends hostage and attempted to kill himself when SWAT breached. He later died at the hospital, so I wonder if he joined the other ghosts at the motel. After that night, we no longer provided security at the Nights Inn. 8 months later, it reopened as some new age hipster hotel. I haven't been to that property for some time now, even though I pass it whenever I work South City Patrol. I wonder how the property is, and if the paranormal activity still happens, even after the remodel. First, the backstory for context. At the beginning of my paranormal experience, the neighborhood that our house was in was not the safest. It was a very lower-income neighborhood in the heart of a large metropolitan city in its early stages of development and gentrification. When we moved in, 3 of the 5 houses bordering our property were legit drug houses. In my neighborhood at the time, it was best to keep to yourself, mind your own business, and not bring any attention to yourself. Our immediate next-door neighbor had constant traffic in and out of their house, and it was very obvious what was going on. drugs. We always minded our business, but I tried to still be cordial and say hi and wave if my neighbor was outside at the same time as me. He was always polite to me, but we had very limited interaction. But sometimes, some of the neighbors' customers would make me very uncomfortable by watching me, catcalling me, or saying sexually or racially derogatory things if I was outside, doing yard work, taking out the trash, or getting in my car. I'd just ignore them and quickly go inside, but these interactions made me very uncomfortable. I didn't feel safe if I was home alone without my husband. 2 weeks after the paranormal experience that I'm about to share, we woke up in the middle of the night to a lot of commotion. And when I looked out our bedroom window, I saw the cops raiding our neighbor's house. I found out later from news reports that the owners were charged with distributing heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, and crack cocaine. They also had a large stock of illegal firearms, a significant amount of cash, and one of the individuals living there was on the run, wanted on murder and robbery charges. He was hiding out in this house during the paranormal incident that I'll describe. So, the paranormal part. It was late one night, after midnight. My husband and dog were sleeping in our bedroom. We'd made chicken fajitas that night, so the packaging from raw chicken was inside the trash can. I was in the kitchen, bent over the trash can to take the bag out and take it to our recycling bin on the side of our house so that it wouldn't stink up my kitchen. Due to the way our property's set up, to get to the bin outside, I just walk out the front door and to the side of the house. When I was bent over the trash can getting ready to pull the bag out, I felt what I thought was my husband walk up right behind me, lean over me like he was about to hug me. He's 6'3", I'm 5'4", so he towers over me. I giggle and bend down further to dodge him and turn around quickly as I say, "I hug you first." And just as I turn and go to grab him around the waist to give him a big bear hug, I saw a woman standing in the middle of my kitchen, about 4 feet away from me. She instantly put her arms out towards me with her palms open, like you would do when telling someone to stop. And she floated, glided, quickly towards me while she mouthed, "No." And as soon as she got inches from me, she literally vanished into thin air. In one instance, she was gliding so quickly towards me, and the next, she just disappeared. I did not hear anything, but her face had an expression of panic, and even though I didn't hear her yell it, her mouth screamed, "No." This happened so fast, literally in a span of 2 or 3 seconds. The only details about her appearance that I could recall was that she was completely solid, not transparent or translucent. She was wearing a long black dress with long sleeves and a white double-layered scalloped collar. The cuffs of her sleeves were slightly belled, and there were little white buttons going down the entire length of the front of the dress. She was about my height. Her eyes were strikingly light blue, and she had long, very thick, tight, curly, and very unruly jet black hair. She had pale skin, and she was floating a few feet above the ground. It happened so quickly, those are the only details I could immediately remember. I was in such shock and disbelief. Immediately after she vanished, I stood still for maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and then I bolted past where she was just a few seconds before and ran into my bedroom screaming for my husband to wake up. He instantly jumped out of bed and grabbed me, asked me what was wrong. I started crying. All I could manage to sputter out was, "Someone's in our house." Before I could explain further, he grabbed his pistol from the nightstand and ran out of the bedroom to find the intruder. Our dog, a 90-pound pit bull, who was in our bedroom at the time, also woke up and immediately started growling and barking at the entrance of our bedroom. He got in between me and the bedroom door frame and was barking and growling incessantly. I heard my husband calling for the dog for backup, and the dog refused to go to my husband, which is very out of character. My husband came back to our bedroom and said he didn't find anyone, that all the doors and windows are locked. There's no sign of a break-in. I told him he wouldn't find anything or anyone because it wasn't a person, but a spirit. At this point, my skeptic husband rolled his eyes and started berating me for waking him up to stupid ghost stories. But when he saw that I was so legitimately scared and shaken up, he sat down and asked me to explain what happened. After I told him the story, he just chalked it up to me hallucinating due to stress from work and insomnia, and he held me until I finally fell asleep. The next day, I FaceTimed my mom and told her what happened because I knew she'd believe me, because she grew up in a haunted house and has seen apparitions before. I just needed someone to tell me I wasn't crazy or hallucinating. When I described what the woman looked like, she fell silent and had a look of shock on her face. She told me that the woman I described was my great-grandmother, Gabriella, who my mother was extremely close to. She died before I was born. I had never seen a picture of her because the only photos that the family had of her were in a box that was lost in the 50s during my grandparents' move to the States. However, my mother said that my grandmother still had my great-grandmother's dress that she made herself and wore almost every day. The next weekend, I took a trip a state away to see my grandmother with my mother, and I told her what happened. We spent the day in her attic looking for the dress. My mother found it in a suitcase, and when she pulled it out, I was in disbelief. It was the same dress that the woman I saw was wearing. Long black dress with slightly flared belled sleeves, small white buttons along the length of the front of the dress, and the unmistakable double-layered white collar with the scalloped edges. After discussing everything with my mother and grandmother, we all believed that on that night, my great-grandmother, Gabriella, stopped me from taking the trash outside to protect me from someone outside. It's the only thing I can think of, especially considering the constant crime, questionable people that were always present outside my front door, so close to me. I truly believe that if I'd taken the trash out that night, I may have seen something that I shouldn't have, a drug deal in progress, or been assaulted by one of the neighbor's customers that would threaten and sexually harass me. Luckily for us, after the drug raid, the neighbor's house was foreclosed. A developer bought the house and tore it down to build a new one. The neighborhood has done a 180 and been cleaned up. Our property has increased in value tenfold since this happened 4 years ago. It's a genuinely safe neighborhood now. But after that experience, I will never walk out of my front door by myself in the middle of the night again, even if it means waking up to a stinky kitchen. During my time at university, I had a part-time job at a huge Bavarian company. The building had 8 floors in a quadratic shape, with a big lobby in the center of the building. It actually was hundreds of years old, but completely renovated. I worked once or twice a week, mainly on weekends. Now here's the interesting part. I worked the night shifts, and my job was basically to walk around the whole building twice a night. While walking the hallways, I just had to watch for stuff that people forgot when they'd rush into the weekend. Open doors, open windows, or light switches still turned on. Nothing out of the ordinary. The payment was also good. In fact, I was kind of surprised about how good the payment was, because obviously I didn't have to do much in those 8 hours. My girlfriend and other friends mentioned that the payment is just fair, as I had to walk around a huge building at night, completely alone. They always mentioned how they would never do this, as the sinister feeling in the buildings like these play mind games with them. I never had problems with being alone. I was neither paranoid or believed in paranormal occurrences. Just studied throughout the night and did my 2 walks. Until this one night in September of 2018. The shift started like any other. I got the keys from the janitor and started studying after my first walkthrough of the building. Between 3:55 a.m. and 4:05 a.m., the whole electric system throughout the building resets, which I found really odd at my first shift, but I grew to ignore it after some months. The janitor explained the reason after I'd asked. The reset leads to light sources turning on and off throughout the whole building, systematically, but still chaotic. I sat at the front desk, not even paying attention to it, when suddenly a certain noise reached me. One of the 2 elevator doors in the first floor opened itself, closed itself, and opened itself again. Malfunction, I thought, going back to reading boring scientific papers. About 20 minutes later, it happened again, but this time, the light in the elevator switched off, which seemed really off. At this point, I started to feel a little bit alarmed. When I moved into the elevator, the door behind me closed. I panicked and tried to get out of the elevator, but the elevator already started to take me to the 2nd floor, in complete darkness. When I reached the 2nd floor, the door opened and I basically fell out of the elevator door, turning around while I fell. The really sinister-looking, completely dark elevator closed again and took off to another floor. My heart was racing, and a part of me thought that someone manipulated the console, but another part of me felt something else. Fear. I had goosebumps all over my body and returned to the front desk, with the plan to text my supervisor and the janitor about the technical defect of the elevator. I did this with trembling hands when I suddenly heard another distant noise. Radio music from somewhere in the canteen. I slowly moved to the canteen with my smartphone light switched on. The noise came from the kitchen, and I followed it. Reaching the kitchen, I saw that a radio was playing music on one of the tables. The cooks listen to this while they're working. I froze and couldn't breathe. During my first walk, the janitor texted me, told me to put the radio under a certain desk and switch it off, as the cooks would always store it there. I did this directly when I started the shift, even texting him, because I couldn't find the desk at first, after unplugging the radio. I turned around and I sprinted through the canteen, directly to an exit, and I waited outside for the last 2 hours. Luckily, I had the keys with me when someone for the day shift came. When he arrived, I went into the building with him, took my bag, and left quickly. I called in sick for the next 2 weeks. After that, I quit the job, using excuses regarding my sleep cycle. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. I've always felt inclined towards the spiritual side of life. Maybe that's why in my adult life I'm a pagan and practice witchcraft. Most of the stories of the house I grew up in happened before I started to dabble into the unknown, though I've always been careful in only having and promoting good energy. The short incident I'm going to tell you about, in my mind at least, isn't menacing or evil at all. Just a little nod at the strange things going on, and more confirms on a physical level that all was not as it seemed. I grew up on a kind of busy street in a kind of major city in Western Canada. I lived there with my parents and brother, even though he was much older and moved out when I was little. We had a main level and a nice redone basement in addition to a yard and a 2-car garage. Since I could remember, like 2 or 3 years old, before I entered the garage, I would knock 3 times before me or anyone else would open it. I didn't make a huge production out of it like I do most things, but it was just something I felt inclined to do. When my mom would ask me, "Why do you do that?" I would say, "So the children who live in there can hide before we come inside." Now, something you need to know is that not only am I not that old, young adult at best, but I have the memory of a freaking elephant. I can tell you things that happened 15 years ago, as if we're watching an HD movie. So, unlike little kids who say creepy things and don't remember, I remember why I said it, why I believed that. As a very visual person, when my mom asked me that, I had a very clear image in my head, one I'd been referring back to every time I knocked. I could see, like I was there, the same shadow-like looking children. They'd be running around having fun until I'd knock so they could stow away and not be seen. If I knew then what I know now about my visions, I probably would have been more freaked out. But to be honest, I was pretty chill about it. Of course, that's not the end. So I grow up, I still knock, every single time, until I don't. Again, I remember the day exactly. Normal tween day. I'm fighting with my mom before school, so I rush into the garage without a knock and plunk into the passenger seat to wait for my mom to drive. She's kind of fast behind me, and we notice at the same time that something small and pinkish is on the hood of the car. It's small, but totally noticeable. From where I was, I thought it was a dead bird. I screamed at my mom not to touch it because I thought it was gross. She got out and retrieved whatever was on the hood. It was puzzling, but only for a moment. It was a small moose figurine or toy. It was resting on its side like it had been dropped without care. I was fucking freaked. This confirmed that the weird image of children playing in my garage that circled my mind when I knocked was true. Instantly, my mom was upset too. She totally thought it was me who had done it to freak her out. I had, of course, relayed to her over and over again my ideas about children. She kept the moose. I still live with her, and I'll attach a picture to the post. But here's where the bombshell really drops. I'm sitting in the same garage only about a year ago, partaking in the devil's lettuce with the same mother. Of course, in the time of venerability, moms recall the memories that will shock us the most. Out of the blue, we start talking about the crazy dude who lived in our house before us, and how, when he made any repairs, they were awful and half-assed. Then we're talking about the garage. I didn't even have time to bring up the moose before she says, "The dude who built this garage got really drunk one day, drove into a school bus, killing like 3 kids." What, Mom? It's not like I've talked about feeling the energy of children up here. I was able to find a little bit about it, and it only happened a short time after our place was built. It was a family business, so his energy was all up in there. Like I said earlier, I was less scared of the actual event then. This just put a lot into perspective. Fucking childhood trauma, huh? Here's one. Mid-90s. I'm on a field trip with my class in 3rd grade. We're going to the salmon hatchery because we spent the last month researching and doing projects on the salmon's life cycle. And it's the one and only trip that my dad will ever attend. It's my lucky day because he shows up soberish, at least to the untrained eye. You'd mistake my father's speech as concentrated enunciations before you'd suspect he's tipsy. And again, this day he wasn't too tipsy. We all packed on the school bus for hours until we reach our destination. The salmon hatchery is in the middle of the forest. The side we arrive on is guarded by a giant metal fence that we all file out and stand against while the teacher counts us. Once the number of kids matches the number on her paper, she presses a call box and says, "Cedar Park Elementary has arrived." The metal gates open and we follow our teacher, Miss Sawyer, to this salmon ladder thing. It looked like giant concrete stairs with a waterfall going down it, in between two flat cement areas. That's where we meet the two women who will be showing us around. This is how they start our field trip. Lady 1 has a blue dress with salmon printed all over it. Lady 2 is fitted up in all of the rubber fish gear, boots, suspenders, Carhartt coat. Lady 1 hands us all a little pamphlet with a map of the hatchery. Then she asks the class if we want to see a really big salmon that came in today. It's extra special because this one's pregnant. Kids cheer and lady number 2 walks over to this tank that they have in the back of their truck. She pulls out this huge Chinook salmon. She brings it over to the crowd of children, and it's still alive, flipping and flapping while she tries to hold it steady. Then lady number 1 goes, "Do you want to see if it's pregnant?" Again, we all cheer, not knowing what she meant. We all form a half circle around lady number 2 as she struggles with the slippery, gasping fish. We still are unsure how they're going to check if it's pregnant. Lady number 2 gets the salmon by the tail with one hand and lets the rest of its body start flopping on the concrete. With her other hand, she pulls a club from her lower cargo pocket, and with no warning at all, in front of 24 small children, she proceeds to bludgeon the salmon to death with everything she's got. We watch in horrified silence as blow after blow is laid down on this fish until it stops moving. No more flipping, no more flapping. My friend Sammy grabs my arm, and I see tears in his eyes. Then it goes from bad to worse. Lady number 1 walks over to lady number 2, who's now pulling a big knife out of her cargo pocket. Lady number 1 says, "Okay, let's find out if she's hiding any eggs." Lady number 2 lifts the salmon up and fillets it right down the middle. Hundreds of little pink eggs splash onto the ground and continue to drip down. When the flood of fish eggs is done, lady number 2 does a discus spin and launches the salmon carcass into the trees, saying we're also helping feed the bears by doing this. Lady number 1 then directs us all to follow her into the main building to continue the tour. The horrified silence is held amongst the children. We all huddle inside this cold, smelly brick building. Each room we're shown resembles the last, with giant loud machines all doing their respective jobs to make the hatchery run. Midway through, my dad tells everyone he's going back outside to smoke a cigarette. Lady number 2 joins him. They both walk out as we continue strolling through the rooms. Finally, eventually, it's lunchtime. All the kids gather outside near a cluster of park benches and picnic tables. Earlier, I was excited because I knew my mom packed me my favorite lunch. Now, I'm still trying to find my appetite. My dad still hasn't returned, but I see lady number 2 getting back from whatever she was doing before her smoke break. I sit at a table with my friends, mainly Sammy, 2 other quiet kids. We eat our sandwiches while staring out at the forest, recounting the sickening start to our field trip. Then Sammy stops and points out towards something in the distance, in the tree line. and he says, "What's that?" Following his gaze, my stomach sinks down as my eyes become fixed on a huge creature staring back at us about 50 yards into the forest. One of the quiet kids gets up and runs to another table, saying nothing. I continue looking, staring intently. At first, I thought it was a really big bear standing on its hind legs, trying to get a better look at us. But as my eyes rapidly examined the creature, I could see that it had a large, bloody carcass of sorts, grasped in its hands. The carcass seemed larger than a fish, and the creature, well, it was like no bear I'd ever seen. It had defined arms, shoulders. Most importantly, it was holding something with hands. Really large hands, but hands nonetheless. It was huge, and it looked comfortable on two legs. I realize Sammy isn't saying anything. The other kid, either. We're all just staring. My stomach sinks deeper as I remember I still haven't seen my dad return. It's been a while now. Panicking, I think the worst. What if that thing killed my dad? What if that bloody thing it's holding is my dad? As horrible thoughts race through my mind, I never take my eyes off the thing. I just stare, examining it. Sammy says, "Maybe we should tell a teacher or your dad." I can't bring myself to move, but a few moments later, I break myself out of this trance. I stop looking for just a moment to turn my gaze to Sammy. He's still looking, and I say, "Sammy, I don't know where my dad is. What if that thing has my dad? What if my dad's dead?" I almost start crying, but I suck it up. The other quiet kid is now crying, though, drawing attention to us, but the creature doesn't move. Sammy looks at me. We look back at the thing, and then we both jump up off the picnic table to turn around and find our teacher. Right away, we're met with one of the other parents, and then Miss Sawyer. She's asking us what's going on. Why is everyone upset? First, Sammy and I talk at the same time, but she makes us stop talking, assuming that we're arguing or something. She turns her attention to the crying kid, and I'm feeling like I'm going to burst if I can't just get this lady to let me talk. I look around since I'm forced to be quiet, and the first person I see is my dad. He's sitting on a bench near the bathrooms, reading something. I'm relieved beyond belief, and when we make eye contact, I wave like crazy. But when he sees me, he heads into the bathroom. "Seriously, Dad?" By the time our teacher settles down the not-so-quiet kid, she actually lets us talk. It's no use. The creature is already gone. Frustrating. Sammy and I, like always, we sat together on the bus ride home. My dad, he wasn't interested, but still, Sammy and I talked about it the whole time. The creature was like nothing I'd ever seen at the time. Something that after getting a good look at, was not a bear. As an adult, I'm confident I saw a Bigfoot. It's amazing how foreign a concept it is to some, how resistant they are to the idea, whereas others just lean all in, like Bigfoot followers, lovers, hunters. I don't know about all that, but I'm pretty sure these things do exist. I'm pretty sure Sammy and I both saw one that day. I wonder whatever happened to Sammy, too. We lost touch after 6th grade, but he was a cool dude. It'd be cool to bounce this story off of him all these years later. I guess I'd just say, keep an open mind. And maybe don't let your kids go on a field trip if you see that it's for a salmon hatchery. That absolutely scarred me, probably more than the Bigfoot. That is, after I realized he wasn't holding my dad's corpse. Since using a Ouija board, I've had extreme sleep paralysis and objects moving. Firstly, I need to say I'm not sure how I feel about the paranormal. I've had a lot of experiences, but I've tried to believe that it's not real, due to being scared to believe in it 100%. I'm a 23-year-old female, and when I was a child, I saw a lot of stuff. I had a music box that would regularly play for me, without twisting it, which was given to me by my dead grandma. Also, my brother was sleeping one day on the top bunk, and a book somehow fell on his face. Yet, there was no bookshelf or anything around or above him, so it must have been thrown or something. He also said that he saw a dead girl on top of his wardrobe when he woke up screaming one night. He must have been around 6 years old. When I was a young girl, I had a China doll that my mom won from the fair. Sounds typical, I know. One day I woke up and the China doll was on my chest, when I knew that I'd put it at the end of the bed on the dresser. So my brother and I smashed it up. We were traumatized. I was so scared by all of the stuff that had happened, I had to see a counselor. Because I was petrified, I forgot to mention, I also heard a scream from under my bed. And one day, me and my brother slept in the living room, and we heard heavy breathing. We both held our breath and realized it was something else. We ran upstairs into our parents' room. Also, I'm not sure if this is relevant or helps, but we have traveler's blood in our family. My mom's mom was a witch and did readings or something. Unfortunately, she turned into an alcoholic, so my mom was adopted as a very young baby. So she doesn't know much about her, and she was brought up differently. We're not travelers or anything. I could write an entire post about this, but my mom was literally able to predict her stepmom's death and has dreams about accidents that have happened. The other day, she dreamt someone wearing red got hit by a scooter. And that same day, we drove past a serious scooter accident where the injured was wearing a red top, just like she dreamt about. Also, if she's ever cursed people, they've died, so she doesn't do that anymore. I've had dreams and have started to predict things lately too, but I like to think that all of this is just coincidence. However, lately, I'm questioning that belief. Anyways, a few years ago when I was 18, I decided to try using a Ouija board in my house with my brother and with my mom's permission. We didn't do it for long, and I know it was stupid. Apparently we got through to something, and it said that it had been watching me since I was a child. But I just assumed my brother was playing a prank on me, so we stopped. I kid you not. That same week, I started getting sleep paralysis, and for 4 years, I get it almost every day. When I get sleep paralysis, it feels like it's something evil, usually the same thing or multiple different things. 60% of the time, I'm being touched or assaulted. It also whispers things to me, and it can be really horrible or sometimes really nice. I wake up drenched in sweat because it can be that scary. I feel it's taken a toll on my mental health, my overall sleep. Also, when I've seen it, it looks like a long, tall, black figure with long nails. I'm writing this post because the other day, not only did I have sleep paralysis, but I awakened to my chandelier moving, and it freaked the shit out of me. I had no windows open or anything, so what the fuck was that? Also, I've woken up to hearing other things move. If I've invited something into my house, or I've had something attached to me all of my life, how do I get rid of it? I'm scared. What should I do? I tried to search floating napkin-like object on Google, but I just kept getting crafting recommendations for Halloween. Something really odd just occurred, and I'd like to share with all of you. Maybe one of you has seen something similar. We live in a nice suburban home built in the late 1960s. We bought it about 3 years ago, and when we first moved in, we'd see a large, brown-colored, shadow-like figure near our stairs. They were never bothersome, but we were stern and said to leave us alone. Our first daughter was born less than a month after we moved in. Sometimes, quite frequently actually, odd things happen, and we just try to think logically about it. I must have left the lights on, even though I think I turned them off. That kind of thing. I'll spare you a recent unsafe thing that happened since it doesn't pertain to what I just witnessed. The other thing happened to my wife and daughter, and again, we seem to have rationalized it. But here's what I saw. I'm lying in my bed and cuddling with my 3-year-old. She had an upset stomach last night after some medication we gave her, and she'd woken up about 30 minutes later than usual. She was tired and wanted to watch YouTube Kids on my phone. My wife went to the restroom and walked out to wash her hands, leaving the light to the bathroom area on while the sink area was unlit. I rolled over to look in that direction, and I saw a napkin-like object floating above the bathroom door. This is the best way I can describe it. It was flat, but probably had the thickness of a napkin. It was square-like, but was floating just above the door. It looked like it was falling down slowly, only to be blown back upwards by the gentlest of breezes. My glasses were on. I could see it plain as day. It was probably white, though that's also the color of the wall. It had a shadowish effect on the wall that it was near. I called out to my wife and said, "What the hell is that?" She came around the corner and turned off the light in the bathroom. I told her to turn the light back on, and it was gone. We've spent the last 30 minutes trying to recreate the situation, lights and activities and positioning. Nothing. I want to think logically about this before saying it was paranormal. For those who have seen the paranormal before, does anything of this shape, texture, movement, or anything else sound familiar? So I grew up in Sunnyvale, California in the early 2000s, and I loved going to our city's Toys R Us as a kid. However, there were always rumors about it being haunted. I remember some kids at my elementary school telling stories about how boxes would inexplicably be pushed off the shelves by a ghost. I always thought it was just kids telling stories to try to scare each other. I never thought much of it and considered it an urban legend, since nothing paranormal had ever happened to me in that store. But when I was about 13 years old, I had a strange experience in that Toys R Us. It made me change my mind about the whole legend being a hoax. On the day in question, my family was going to Toys R Us because my little brother wanted to buy something. My best friend and I decided to go too because we hadn't been to that store in years. While we were waiting for my little brother to find the toy he wanted, my friend and I were exploring through the aisles in the store, messing around and having fun with toys. Finally, we reached the back of the store, and by this time we were bored with looking at toys, so we just stood in an aisle and talked. Eventually, the topic of the store being haunted was brought up, and while we were talking about it, a box suddenly flew off the shelf behind my friend, almost hitting her in the back of the head. This was pretty freaky, especially since we'd just been talking about this Toys R Us being supposedly haunted. We weren't too scared at this point, though, since this could easily be explained by the box not being placed on the shelf very well and falling off due to gravity. Although, I did remember seeing the box before it fell off the shelf, and I remembered it looking like it was pretty stable. But we just brushed this off and continued talking. However, a few moments later, the lights that were hanging from the ceiling above us began violently shaking back and forth. My friend and I stared up at the ceiling, frozen in shock. After a few seconds, the lights stopped shaking, and we both stared at each other like, what just happened? I started to feel more uneasy, but the incident with the lights could technically also be explained by something normal. The area where we were had a second floor above it, which I think was for staff. So I tried to tell myself that someone must have been doing something on the floor above us and caused the lights to shake by accident. In any case, my friend and I moved to the next aisle over, just in case the lights might fall on us. The aisle we were in now had a lot of stuffed animal toys in it. Both of us were just standing there talking about the things that had just happened to us when a toy monkey on the shelf next to us began moving all on its own and making a creepy laughing sound. We both stared at it in disbelief. Then we stared at each other and started screaming. We sprinted out of the store as fast as we could. But once we got outside, we couldn't just leave because we had to wait for my brother to finish buying his toy. We waited in the parking lot and tried to rationalize what had just happened. We talked about it and decided that the monkey toy could have been one of those motion-activated toys, and so we must have set the toy's motion sensor off somehow. But we didn't know this for sure. So my friend and I somehow worked up the courage to go back into the store and inspect the monkey toy to see if it was really motion-activated. We carefully studied the toy, read its packaging, but there was nothing that mentioned it was motion-activated. The only way you could make the monkey move and talk was if you pressed a button on its body. There was no way that we could have pressed that button by accident. When we realized it truly went off all by itself, we started screaming all over again and ran out of the store for the last time. I'm a pretty skeptical person, but after having 3 weird things in a row happen to me in that store, it felt like it was more than a coincidence. If you look up the store online, you'll find news articles about it being haunted. I think a paranormal investigator type show was even filmed there once. The store was permanently closed in 2018 and was replaced by an REI. But I always wonder if people are still having paranormal experiences there. Years ago, my mornings and evenings involved me taking the subway to and from work. Every once in a while in the evenings, I'd hear beautiful saxophone music, even before walking down the steps from the loud streets. Reaching the bottom near the end of the terminal, I'd see a small, older man sway back and forth, an overgrown beard hiding his lips pressed firmly against a dented, rusty sax. Always in the same oversized coat and a Knicks hat, he dressed for warmth, clearly rejecting the passing fads that walked by him. Whether by choice or circumstance, to say it politely, he stood out in the crowd of suits and Jordans that ignored his presence. But I'll never deny how talented this man was on the sax. One night, I reached the subway early and heard that sax playing below. It was winter, and I had a couple of dollars in my pocket I'd won from a scratch ticket earlier that day. I remember thinking, maybe God gave me this money so I could give it to this guy tonight. Maybe that's why I got here early. I've enjoyed this man's music for so long, from a distance. He'd never known my attention was grasped by it all. Inspired to show him how much he brightens my trips home, I took the $3 out of my pocket and walked over. His saxophone case was closed, so I took the rest of the change out of my pocket and set a couple of coins on top of the dollar bills so they wouldn't fly off. That's when he stopped playing his saxophone. He slowly turned his head to look at me, reminiscent of an animatronic doll. His stare was lifeless and cold. Genuinely confused about the sudden atmospheric change, I started to apologize if I had interrupted him and began to tell him the whole reason I made my way over to him that night. I tried to, at least. Up until he interrupts me saying something like, "Are you with them?" With a quick glance left and right, I saw no one else around us. A couple people waiting for the L train, but nobody close enough to mistake my association with. So I say, no, I just wanted to tell you how much I love your music." He goes, "No, they sent you after me, didn't they?" Then he takes a step towards me. I'm realizing this isn't the situation I had envisioned being in when I made the choice to approach. So, in an attempt to end this interaction as fast as possible, I start backing up and saying, "Nope, not me. I'm sorry, just liked your music. I'll leave." As I retreat, this man keeps shouting accusations towards me and then begins walking to follow me. Thankfully, I hear the L train coming up the tracks, and right when the doors open up, I jump on and find a seat at the last train car. But just before the doors close again, guess who steps on board? Saxophone man, scanning the empty seats. Living in New York, I'm no stranger to your occasional mentally ill person. Even up to this point, I didn't conceptualize the backlash my good deed could bring. As the doors close behind him and the subway starts to move, his eyes meet mine, and he starts yelling at me again, calling me government lady. The only other two people on the L are doing their best to ignore the drama unfolding. Saxophone man has the money I set down on his case, and he throws the change and dollar bills at me. I duck, and I hear the change crash on the wall behind me and splash onto the floor. From pure shock and disbelief, I just started repeating, No, please stop. I don't know you. I work at Chipotle on 3rd Avenue. I show him the work shirt that I'm still wearing from my shift, but that doesn't deter his aggression. For some reason, I think it made him more mad because, and I'm literally not over-exaggerating in any way, this is exactly how it went. I say I work at Chipotle and I show him my shirt. He calls me a lying bitch and spits in my face. I start screaming, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Tears join the spit running down my cheek, and I just cover my head with my hands and ball up screaming, "No." In retrospect, that was my fight or flight moment, but I chose option 3, turtle up and scream. This must have gotten the attention of the other 2 passengers, because I can hear one of them get up and walk over, asking, "What's going on?" And again, here's an exact play-by-play of what happens next. My eyes are closed and tucked between my legs, but I can hear everything that's happening. Passenger 2 comes up and says, "Hey, what's going on?" Saxophone man turns around, snorts another loogie up, and spits it in this guy's face. Then, boom, 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 boom. Train doors open and footsteps run away. I keep my eyes closed and I keep screaming while running out of the doors and as far away as I possibly could from that subway. It wasn't even my exit. I walked the rest of the way home that night in the snow. I called the cops when I got home, but they didn't really care, saying they already received a call about it and got some officers checking it out. The next phone number I dialed was my boss. Thankfully, my boss at the time was super cool and totally understood why I needed a couple of days off. But the world keeps spinning and life continues. Time passes and years go by. A new job sends me to a different part of town along with a different stop, now off of Broadway. A quiet Saturday night rolls around and one of my girls calls to see if I want to meet up for drinks on the Ave. We party, the night comes to a close, and our new plan is to crash at my place. Going through the turnstile, my friend goes, "Do you hear that?" I say, "What?" And she says, "That beautiful sax. Someone's really grooving down there." I listened. It was soft and sweet, a style reminiscent of a musician I admired long ago. This instantly sobers me and makes the hairs raise on my arm. Real cold shivers kind of stuff. It scared me. The tones were so familiar. In that moment, my drunk brain was thinking it's either A, the homeless sax man from my memories survived the 4 gunshots. Well, I don't want to run into that again. Or B, it's the ghost of the homeless sax man haunting these subway terminals. And I don't want to run into that. I'm like, oh, no thank you. And the best 84.62 I ever spent was on the taxi I hailed to take us home that night. I really don't think ghosts exist. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, and I really hate the ghost shows on TV. They're all so damn fake, it's painful. Having said that, I will tell you a story about something I experienced but can't explain. So the answer is really up in the air. I know it's hard to believe a random person on the internet, but let me just say this story is 100% true, and I just want to put it out there on a non-judgmental space. I was about 14, and there was a family that lived behind us on an adjacent street, but you could walk between our yards like you find in American neighborhoods. It was late afternoon, maybe 6 p.m. There were a couple of girls that lived there close to my age that I didn't know too well. They saw me in my backyard and asked what I was up to because they were bored. We ended up hanging out and they invited me over to jump on their trampoline. We talked and jumped for an hour or so. While jumping, I noticed there was a basement storm door on the back of their house, and I had actually never seen one, so I was intrigued. Most basements here just have normal stairs from the main level. I really wanted to open it and see how the door worked. I inquire about it, and the older girl said, "Yeah, we only go in there if there's a tornado. My mom says it's haunted." I'd always been dismissive of hauntings and ghosts and said, "Oh, I don't really believe in ghosts." The younger girl giggled, and the older one was more serious. "Go down there if you aren't afraid then," she said, pretty much daring me to do it. Why does this sound so much like a movie? Well, I accepted her dare, and I went over to the storm door and unlatched it. I pulled up the heavy door, and to my surprise, both doors actually came up at the same time due to the levers and gears. It was actually quite cool to me, so I closed it and opened it again. It was half lit from the few small windows in the basement and a little cluttered with old junk. Not very dirty and no spiderwebs, though. Seemed like a pretty normal basement. I went down the steps, and the girls actually followed me halfway down. I reached the bottom step, and I looked back at the girls. The younger girl pointed at me to keep going. I made my way close to the opposite corner of the basement and looked around. It almost seemed like someone lived down there. Books were neatly placed, and there was a little couch with an end table next to it. I looked over to a clearing behind the couch, an area that was dimly lit from a nearby window, and I saw it. My whole body froze up for a moment, and I felt a massive adrenaline rush that started to shake my hands and water my eyes. About 8 feet away, a green-tinged but mostly white, almost transparent cloud of mist in the rough shape of a man, and was half floating, half standing, just looking at me. I heard the girls run up the rest of the stairs without a word. I was locked on this figure, and it was locked on me, frozen in fear, almost like we were both waiting for the other to make a move. I felt like it was watching me, but there were no eyes or a face, just a head shape in the mist. Nothing happened, but I stood there staring into the shape for at least 15-20 seconds. The shape very slowly rotated around, like you would expect mist to do, but kept the shape in position. Then, it looked like it started to stretch out an arm. I immediately turned and ran, very, very fast, even though it felt like I was running in sand. I didn't look back. I just ran all the way up the stairs and out. I stopped at the trampoline about 20 feet from the basement door. The girls were gone. I looked back at the door, still wide open, and decided I had to work the courage to go close the door. I moved over slowly to the door and grabbed the corner, peeking over it into the basement. I didn't see anything and started to close the door. About halfway through closing the door, it was ripped out of my hands and slammed shut. It was loud. I heard the steel sound echo throughout the basement. It was jarring. It hurt my fingertips, and it didn't do that before when I closed the door the first time. You actually have to push it down for it to close all of the way, with how the mechanism keeps it from possibly falling on your head. I stumbled back and caught myself from falling. The girls were nowhere in sight, so I just went home, sat in the living room with my parents, not saying anything. I never actually talked to those girls again. Every time they saw me, they would run around and try to hide from me. They moved away after a couple of years. My guess is that they saw it too, and it affected them more than it did me. My parents still live over there, and sometimes when I visit, I think about it. You can see that storm door from the kitchen window, and it gives me pause every time I see it. I don't know what it was. I probably never will. It didn't change my mind that much about ghosts. I just simply can't explain what I saw. As far as what I saw, it's so hard to explain in words. It was definitely the shape of a man, almost like if you used a projector to put a shape on a cloud of smoke. But it wasn't neat, very wispy, not like an image. It had a very aggressive presence, and I felt like I was in danger. I felt the overwhelming sense of an imminent attack, which is why I was full of adrenaline and almost ready to fight for my life. I had a rough upbringing, and I'd been in many fights as a kid, so I wasn't sensitive. The adrenaline was racking my body, and I was absolutely sore that night, like I had just had my ass kicked. I just knew that whatever it was, if it was real, it was not friendly, and I was going to fight if I had to, and run if I had the chance to escape. This was back in 2015. I think the beginning of spring. It was my first job as a truck driver. I'd just gotten my CDL that January. But I was headed west on I-40 in North Carolina. I can't remember where I was headed exactly, but it was about 2 or 3 a.m., and there wasn't a car or truck anywhere on the road, which was a little odd. You always have some sort of truck traveling like I was because of team trucks with 2 drivers. But I was tired, which could be why what happened. I was still awake, though, as I'd just downed a 5-hour energy and a mean bean monster. When I get to the exit to Mabin, which is only a Petro truck stop, but this one's like a small town inside, I approach the exit not slowing to a stop, and I see what looks like a woman walking from the oncoming side to the exit, but she was moving way too fast, and I was too close to stop for her. There was no way I could move to avoid her, and it looked like I ran over top of her. I stopped the truck, slinging my teammate from the bunk to the floor, him cussing. I'm jumping out in the middle of the interstate, thinking, I just killed a woman. I walked to the front of the truck. Nothing. No blood. Not even a dent. So I walk all the way around, 3 times, and I look under the truck, but nothing. I don't know if I was seeing things because I was tired, or if it was a ghost. But I know I can tell you what she was wearing. It looked like a white t-shirt with jeans. I don't remember seeing her shoes. Needless to say, I was awake the rest of the night. I can't say that I've ever seen a ghost. The 2 experiences tell me I might have been near one. The first one, I was on recruiting duty in New Jersey for the Army. My wife and I lived on Fort Dix. FYI, it was the early 2000s, and while Fort Dix is not an active duty post anymore, the housing area and facilities are still used for personnel that have to work in the area. Or they were. I have no idea of their status now. The thing is, the housing area was supposed to be torn down and new houses built. They had actually torn down a section and they were going to build new houses. Then me and other service members would move from our homes to the new ones, and the houses we left would be torn down and replaced. That didn't happen because this was shortly after 9/11. All of these houses were the same, as you'd expect on a military post. Same layout, same basic stuff. We lived right next to a guy I worked with. Hell, 2 other guys I worked with lived on the same street. We all got along, but as you can imagine, even though I liked these guys, seeing them 12+ hours at work and then after work, on days off, got old fast. Then there was a hurricane that passed through. Fort Dix is relatively close to the coast, so there was a lot of rain. And since the Army has taken money out of maintaining the housing areas so they could build a fence around the entire post, the roof of our house collapsed. I'll spare you the details. Basically, we had to move. The government was at fault, blah, blah, blah. There were 2 houses that were available at the time. Yeah, I could have taken the option to move off post, but recruiting duty was brutal. I was at work all of the time, and my wife was already pissed about that. I was never home, and I only had Sundays off, and sometimes not even that. Plus, I knew it would end, so not looking for a lease off post when all I wanted was to get out of recruiting in New Jersey anyway. One house was available, right next to another guy I worked with. No problem. I liked the guy. He was cool and he wanted out of recruiting duty when his time was up too. The other was a block away. We looked at the first one. An older lady that worked with my wife had told her that she actually lived in the house on the post before her husband passed. She told her that even when they lived there, the house was creepy. It had a bad spirit in it. Me, whatever. Each house was the same. I felt that until we inspected it. My wife is not someone that gives in to superstition easily, but as soon as we entered the place, it felt off. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like nothing was level. Everything in our perception was off, like a fun house. Plus, I seriously had feelings of anger and rage with no provocation when we were in the place. I remember that because it was out of the blue. I was cool when we walked up to the place, but once inside, I instantly hated everyone. and I felt like I was 2 seconds from going berserk. My wife also felt uncomfortable in the place. It made her feel angry for no reason. We both decided, nope. We opted to move into the second choice. It was next door to the other guy I said I worked with, but what the fuck. I liked this guy, and his toddler daughter was a sweet kid, so no harm. We never found out why that house made us feel that way, but my wife will not deny that it wasn't us. There was something there. And she's not the person that will believe in ghosts and goblins easily. The lady she worked with wouldn't give details either, and she clearly didn't want to talk about it beyond what she'd already told my wife. I still wonder, what was it? When I was 8 years old, I had a rather unsettling experience with 2 adults in my apartment complex. Sounds silly maybe, but it definitely wasn't. This was during the days of selling Cease candy bars for my school's fundraiser. Normally, my mom would take me around the neighborhoods, just a little further from town, and we'd hit several houses of what would end up being some pretty generous people. One week, she couldn't do that with me due to working late, so I ended up making the rounds in our apartment complex with a friend from class who also lived there, Alex. Alex and I split up, and I was working the ground level of an apartment building while he worked the ground level of another across the way. I had probably done 3 doors, no answer, before I reached the door of an older woman. Younger than my grandma, but older than my mom, best way I can describe her. She had this sort of dirty, bleached hair, almost orange, but darker at the scalp. She looked and smelled like a smoker, which I recognized from my own grandma. The woman asks me what I'm selling, so I tell her chocolate candy bars. I go into my whole spiel. As I'm finishing, someone else joins behind her in the doorway. He's an older man. I could swear that I'd seen him before, but I couldn't immediately place him. He was big and bald. I guess he looked kind of generic, but he was enthusiastic about the chocolate bars, telling the woman with orange hair that they gotta get some, lots of them. He wants to know how much for the whole box. I was amazed. No one had ever asked that before. Maybe 10 at the most, which I remembered was $25, but I had double that in the box, maybe more. As I worked out the math in my head, they asked if I would have change for 100. Feeling like my lucky day, I told them I sure did. That's when they opened the door a bit more, showing me the inside of their smoky and, in my mind, messy apartment. The woman walked in a way that she was now behind the man. He was looking down at me for a moment before he said, "Okay, kiddo, you come on in. We'll get you that money. You get us some change and some chocolate. Sound good?" I almost just walked right in, but I hesitated for a moment, and that's when the woman said she couldn't wait to try the candy bars. She grabbed something from her pocket. It was $5. She asked if she could just have one while we figured out the cost of the box, and then quickly followed it up with asking if I liked dogs. I did like dogs. She then said I could definitely meet their new dog if I just came inside. I was starting to feel overwhelmed by her questions, so I started by setting my things down to grab the chocolate bar. When I looked up, they were no longer right in the doorway. They'd moved back a bit, now standing inside their apartment, but the woman held out the $5 for me to take. As I reached for the money, she held onto my wrist instead of taking the candy bar. I sort of panicked and asked why she was doing that. Instead of answering me, she just used her other arm to grab me, pulled me close to her, but facing away from her, and covering my mouth with her other hand. This had never happened to me, obviously, and before she even put her hand over my mouth, I hadn't thought to scream. Now, I was screaming. Muffled, but I was trying. That's when the man came out, grabs my backpack, takes it inside the apartment and out of view. I'm still squirming, trying to scream, but she's not letting up. So I start kicking backwards, making contact with her shins. She almost lets me go, but instead reaffirms her grip, now trying to pull me further into the apartment. I'm assuming the worst. These people are going to kill me. That's when I doubled down, alternating between becoming dead weight to try to escape the grip that she had, but also one arm partially free. I use that elbow to drive it into her side as much as I can. I keep one foot rooted on the ground, driving the other as hard as I can backwards, kicking shin, ankle, stomping her foot. Finally, one blow causes her to release her grip. I drop down slightly, and the moment I hit the ground, I start to run. I also start to scream again. She's literally chasing me for a moment. But I hear the guy scream at her to forget about it. I hear something get thrown, but I don't dare turn back. I just run to the building where my friend was. He's still on the bottom floor, talking to someone, as I'm running at him like a wild man. I guess maybe I was crying by then because the woman talking to us had ran to grab tissues and her house phone. Eventually, I calmed down enough to tell them both what's happened, and the woman's already on the phone with the police. My friend runs home to get his mom. By that time, the police are there, so I tell everyone the story at the same time. It was when I pointed to the apartment. My friend reminds me and tells the police the woman living in that apartment has orange hair. The man was large and bald, and he worked as a maintenance man in the apartments. That's where I knew him from. I ended up getting my backpack back, my candy too. The money was full-blown missing. I assumed that's what they took from it, and threw the rest once they had what they needed. Well, they got arrested. Me, my friend, and my friend's mom all watched it happen from their apartment window. My mom, naturally, was pissed. She was calling the couple all sorts of names, telling the police they better keep those pedos locked up. I didn't even know what that meant at the time. I wasn't allowed to do those door-to-door things anymore. In fact, I don't think they do them anymore at all. This was over 14 years ago, so I have no idea. But in my opinion, that shit's super not safe. But on a positive note, I did end up getting the money back. I never had to see that maintenance man ever again, or that woman. Pretty sure he got his ass fired and evicted. Hope it was worth the $186 they had to give back. Creeps. It was around mid-May 2008. There was this apartment that I lived in with my ex-fiancé for about a year. I moved in rather quickly with her because when I first met her, she told me that she had so much trouble sleeping alone in her room. And even in a house with 3 other roommates, still, there was always such a feeling of dread whenever night fell. When I first visited her apartment and her roommates, everything on the surface level was quite happy. Everybody was friendly and jovial and welcoming. It wasn't until it got dark outside that they'd all start to get anxious. Patrick would dodge his eyes about the room as if he was seeing something out of the corner of his eye. Melanie would be looking up at the ceiling as if she'd heard an unfamiliar noise clamoring about upstairs. Eventually, somewhere into the night, Cassidy would say something like, "It's here." I never bothered to ask what they were doing or talking about when these things would transpire. I figured it was some sort of house joke of which I was not included. Move-in day was when I started to grasp what was going on. My ex and I were fixing to get to bed when she told me, "Go to the bathroom now, before you fall asleep." "All right, Mom," I joked. "Seriously," she said as she opened her bedroom door and peered down the hallway. "You do not want to walk down that hallway in the middle of the night." I went to the bathroom and finished my business, and for the first time, I got creeped out. I couldn't quite tell, but it seemed almost as if I just knew there was somebody outside the door. Upon watching the bathroom light streak down the hallway after opening the bathroom door, I saw no trace of a person. I I turned off the lights and walked down the hallway towards my ex's bedroom. It was eerie. It felt like I was a strange victim of voyeurism. Your hallway is creepy. I jumped into the bed, clinging my arms around my girlfriend, feigning fear. Protect me, please. Don't joke. She got up and locked the door and gave me the most serious stare and said, You'll see. You'll see. I didn't fall asleep immediately. From what I recall, I sort of drifted in and out of sleep. Regardless, I remember somebody walking back and forth through the hallway and up and down the stairs. It happened to be quite irritating. That morning after, my ex and I went out to get breakfast burritos. In the car, I brought up one of her roommates walking all over the apartment into the early hours of the morning. We don't know what it is, she said, nervously clutching her goose-pimpled shoulders. But it's not one of us, she finished saying. I laughed a bit. What is it, like a ghost or something? Maybe. She dead-eye stared at me. Of course, I believed in ghosts to a degree, but I had never really been sure I had ever experienced anything supernatural or paranormal or whatever. I was raised Catholic, though, so it definitely has a presence in my family's beliefs and whatnot. Attempting to fall asleep that night began the same, with abrasive footsteps pacing the hallway and trudging quickly up and down the stairs. It sounded almost like a child bouncing on the floorboards, trying to get as much attention as they possibly could. It was this strange sort of thump, thump, thump. That sandwalk from Dune. To me, that's what it sounded like. It was a weird, unrhythmic thumping. What's going on? I asked myself. I squinted at the clock. It was 2:30, and the sounds would never cease. I bounced out of bed, put my ear to the door, and just when the stepping was crossing my ex's door, I quickly opened it, hoping to catch whoever it was. But there was nothing. I peered out into the hallway and I saw nobody, or it seemed like there was nobody. After a few moments, though, I could tell that there was indeed somebody standing at the very end of the hallway by the bathroom. Shadowed, and not quite shaped right. It was almost as if they were blurry, or as if they had no solid line or definition. It could almost be considered just a black splotch in the corner, perhaps a trick of the light, the way the moon lights the hallway through the windows or something. I shrugged it off and said to myself, well, that's friggin' weird. After that experience, of course, I just had to jazz up my new roommates and eventually ask the question. So, guys, what's up with that hallway upstairs? It's not as if they looked at me as if I was legitimately insane, but rather they looked at me as if I was insane for asking an insane question that held such an easy answer. Eventually, I'd find that perhaps the answer was crazier than the question. When the shadow man sees you in the hallway, Melanie began to say, clutching onto the couch pillow, he just lingers there by our bathroom. And as soon as you leave your room and go into the hallway, he approaches you, Cassidy added with an interruption of, and it gets really cold, and it just feels like death. I found it sort of odd how Melanie referred to the splotch in the hallway as the shadow man, and then referred to the figure as he twice after that. She had given it a gender, an identity, a step away from a personality. After that, Cassidy referred to the figure as it instead of he. So possibly Cassidy was not seeing the same sort of figure as Melanie, or perhaps even me. I thought maybe the apartment complex was haunted due to the prior tenants. But no go. The apartment complex was brand spanking new. My ex-fiancé and her roommates were the first people to move into the apartment. They didn't even have neighbors yet. The second conclusion I came to was that perhaps it was built on one of those creepy, old-timey Native American burial grounds of some sort. But no go. I researched the entirety of the city and anything surrounding it within the city, and the land on which the apartment complex sat was basically, well, just land. Maybe a farm at best, way back in the 30s. It certainly wasn't anything in the records prior to 2008, when the apartment complex was constructed. So I was at a loss. A brand new apartment complex built on absolutely nothing, with no historical significance in a historically insignificant town that has no history of being haunted. "Listen to me," Cassidy daringly said to me, with a tone of begrudgment and maybe a smidge of judgment. "No, just listen to me. Go upstairs and see for yourself." "What? Why?" I nervously stood up and began pacing about the room, peering out the window and watching the sun go down. "You're the new one," my ex said. "You have the most resistance to it." That struck me as an odd thing to say, and at first I thought I'd been dealing with a bunch of overzealous children, afraid of boogie people and other things that go bump in the night. I, of course, said something akin to, "Okay, fine then, I will," and up I went, charging up the stairs as if I had not a care in the world. I ascended up into the darkness. I turned the corner, and I stood upon the entrance of the crickety hallway, leering down into the nighttime hallway. And then, there it was, the black spot in the corner of the hallway, darker than the darkness itself. It had no eyes, no face. Yet still, I experienced the unshakable feeling that it was glaring deep down into my soul. Suddenly, almost with a whoosh, the inky cloak of terror was right before me, and the hallway was cold and dreadful. And with a surge of energy, I felt myself almost knocked to my bottom, as if something pushed me down just by running past me, or through me. All I could think to do in that instant moment was careen back down the stairs and freak out in the living room. I was now convinced something weird was upstairs. Afterwards, in the safety of my girlfriend's bed, we both decided not to turn the lights off after the door was locked. So there we lay in bed, holding each other. It wasn't always like this. My ex's goosebumps were emerging from her skin with every new word she broke upon me. "I was happier here," she said. "That is, it was until Patrick came." Rather innocently, I asked her, "What do you mean?" "So, Patrick moved in," she explained. "This black spot showed up. It grew and it grew, like a black hole. That night, she told me that everything was wonderful when it was just the three women who'd initially moved into the apartment. But after Melanie started dating Patrick, and Patrick moved in, well, that's when all of the aura about the house became ominous. Soon after Patrick arrived, there was at first just a bad feeling over the bedroom where he and Melanie slept. Then, as soon as anybody would slip out of their bedroom to use the bathroom, they were met with the black spot in the hallway, with the whoosh, with the cold, and with the dread. What I had not known or noticed about Patrick was that at the time he was an alcoholic, and until my girlfriend mentioned it to me, I never put together how subtly abusive he'd been to Melanie. Apparently Patrick had had many nights in which he'd wake up around 2 or 3 in the morning, drift into the hallway, only to eventually end up cowering in the corner, screaming and yelling, crying. "It's coming to get me! It's coming to get me!" The longer I lingered, living in the apartment, the more I got to know Patrick. To me, it seemed as if the longer he lived there, the bigger and darker the black spot in the corner would grow. It was as if it grew stronger, better, faster, had more gusto. It was as if Patrick's soul had been feeding it, slowly but surely. Oftentimes, he'd want to take me out drinking to the bar. I like my pints, like any good Irish Catholic boy indoctrinated into the church, but I prefer to like the company I keep. And Patrick was not a part of a company I wanted to be around. After a while, I got irritated with the way that he would speak to Melanie and the things that he would say to her. It just kind of irked me. It was inappropriate, abusive, and unnecessary. There were a few times where I'd have to bust into his bedroom and pull Melanie away from him for fear that he'd get rash and do something that would make me just want to annihilate him. It's hard to evict people in the state of California if they pay rent, or even if they don't. They have squatter rights. Yeah, it's a real thing, and it's a pain in the neck. Patrick would drink constantly. He'd steal money or he'd steal things that he thought he could get money from. I caught him a few times, and those few times were awkward and sort of antagonizing. I don't like getting aggro on people, but I don't tolerate abuse, manipulation, and thievery. Consistently, he'd always say, "It's the black spot, making me do it." "Sure, buddy, sure." I'd say something like, "Whatever helps you sleep at night," to him. But he didn't sleep. He was starting to scream and jolt around in the hallway every single dark hour. One of the strangest things I remember seeing there was when Patrick was shoving some books and binders into his backpack as he went down the stairs, and Cassidy was right behind him. And then out of nowhere, she just seemed to lift into the air and fly backwards. It was as if somebody just shoved her with all of the might in the world, and this poor girl, probably a twig at best, just went reeling backwards into the wall. It got weird because I could never see the shadow during the day. It was always more invisible as opposed to shadowy during the course of the day. Then it got weirder because her leg just got raised up, all strange-like. It seemed almost as if she was about to be pulled up the stairs, but suddenly she jerked up and made a strange bellowing sound. I realized immediately the wind has been knocked out of her, and she was trying to catch some air. It got to a point where everybody was on edge all the time, and anybody who didn't live at the house never wanted to come and visit anymore. My ex and I went to different schools at the time. I'd finished a week before her. I had nothing better to do than lounge about and walk around in my pajamas and eat ice cream. You know, priorities. One morning I awoke, and the last thing I remembered is my ex kissing me goodbye before she went to her finals. I took my sweet time unwrapping myself from the burrito of my bedding. I stumbled down the stairs and dove into my ice cream. Wearing just my pajama pants, holding an orangesicle ice cream carton, wielding a spoon. About the time I was enjoying the ice cream the most was the time I noticed the strangeness of the house. How quiet it really was. How empty. There was nobody home. The entire month I'd lived there, this was the first time I'd ever had the house all to myself. Around the time that I realized how quiet and empty it was, and how I had the whole house to myself, was when I started to question if I actually did have the house all to myself. Thump, thump, thump. Again, of course. Thump, thump, thump. I've never heard voices in my head or anything like that. I understand our imaginations can run wild with us and whatnot. No, this was the sound of somebody walking down the stairs. I stood there with my bowl of melting orangesicle ice cream, staring up at the stairway, feeling a bit of a showdown, some sort of standoff. waiting for the wildebeest around the corner, just thumping its way down. And I heard it, but I saw nothing, witnessed nothing. And making my way around the corner down the stairwell, still nothing was seen by me, but what I heard was ever present. Then, making its way down the very last step before it was downstairs proper, it just stopped. It stopped, yet I could feel something was glaring at me. A wild wildebeest stampeding me with its eyes only. I was not welcome, that's for sure. I couldn't really move. Definitely I was terrified. Most certainly I was very, very confused. Also, I was curious and perhaps a bit enraptured. There'd been so much fear revolving around this thing, and I sort of wondered if perhaps I should be feeling sort of sorry for it. And I did. I felt a sort of remorseful feeling that came over me, and I started to tear up. I use the word revolve because a revolution is when something comes into a full circle, finding its point from whence it started. I use this word because the fear started the same place and way it ended. It just came so full friggin' circle. Elliot Smith said something in Division Day. When you don't know what you're looking at, it makes it much harder to tame. Maybe he said take, but that's the best way I can describe it. Still, to this day, I was just in the presence of something I knew not, and because of the unknowing of it all, I was basically terrified. Suddenly, as if the air was being sucked out of me, this big, banging, thumping sound went screaming like a banshee up the stairwell, and I had to put my hands on my knees in a crouch position and regain my breath before I opened the front door and ran outside to my car, where I then proceeded to go to the Walmart parking lot, just to even things out as far as terror goes. I waited until my ex got out of her finals, and then I met her on campus. We went out to dinner that night. We went to stay with her parents for the 2 weeks after that, and shortly after that, we moved out for good. I'm not sure what was going on there with that situation, because as far as Patrick goes, I mean, is it possible that this guy would just bring something around with him? Is it likely he awakened something that lay deep down beneath the emptied out land, something from long, long ago? I often wonder if I'm any different from Patrick. I wonder if I'm capable of carrying around a darkness about me that I could easily unleash into the darkest hallways of unsuspecting, soon-to-be adults just wanting to get some sleep. I often wonder, what if it wanted me? What if I was the target? Help me rationally process something that just occurred. Like I literally hopped into my car, locked the doors, and started typing this. About 10 minutes ago, I began this walk to my car. Right now, it's almost 4 a.m. It's a quiet, empty street. I'm making my way down the sidewalk when this woman rushes up behind me and clutches my arm. I'm like, what the fuck? And I try to pull away, but she squeezes my arm to keep me from separating and matches my walking pace. Her hands are freezing, and she's holding on to me like I was a prom date. I'm like, lady, get the fuck off of me. But she grabs me closer and whispers, please, just walk. She sounded scared. This put me on high alert, and I continued walking with her, while also trying to look around to see if anyone else was out here. I ask if she's being followed, but she doesn't respond. No, she doesn't even look up at me. We do this for about 2 more blocks, and then she just lets go of me and hits a dead sprint down the road. I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? Then I hear footsteps running behind me. I look over my shoulder and I see someone's coming up fast. So I spin around, swinging a haymaker, thinking I'm about to get jumped. But nobody's there. I turn back around and the girls disappeared too. Gone. Nowhere to be found. I'm now alone again and scared beyond belief. I then proceed to uncontrollably yelp and jump run all the way back to my car. What just happened? A long time ago, when I was a child, about 11 years old, living on a rural farm, I had a friend, a boy my age, and he was my neighbor's grandson. She was a lovely woman who lived down the road, her property connected to ours, and at the end of her driveway was the local school bus stop. I used to visit before school for a cookie and cordial and a chat. Sometimes her grandson would visit, and we'd get up to mischief with a quad bike. There was also a go-kart that sat in the garden, and sometimes we'd climb the hay barn and sit on the top. But it was the quad we had the most fun with. We would try to make a ramp over a ditch in her front paddock, and probably the most dangerous was a game where we would try to push each other off the quad while we were driving, taking in turns, trying to knock each other off, and then racing away while the one pushed off chased after the other, and it started all over again. This was a very dangerous and kind of stupid game. I realize that now, but as a kid I was invincible and naive, and this was normal for us. Once we even climbed the giant hill behind my house and raced each other rolling down it. That time there was a girl with us too, Melissa. I never saw her again after that. But I digress. This story is about Justin. He was kinda cute with his blonde hair and blue eyes. But I was at that stage where boys are gross, and sometimes he would tease me and make me upset. Now, so far everything sounds normal, right? Well, this is where things get weird. One day, we were hanging out on the upper level of the hay barn, and he was talking about jumping off onto the dirt road below. He tried to dare me to jump, and I got scared and refused. It was a long way down, and I didn't want to get hurt. I'd been practicing jumping off the shed roof at home, as this wasn't the first time he talked about it. But that roof was only a quarter of the height, and I'd land on grass and still hurt myself a bit. Anyway, he started teasing me and calling me names like chicken, making chicken noises. I got real upset and started to cry. He said, "Don't be such a wuss. I did it, and I'm fine." I called him an idiot, and as I climbed down, I told him I wasn't playing with him anymore, and I ran home. The next day, I went back to his grandmother's to see if he would play with me, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I knocked on her kitchen door and asked if she'd seen him around. The look on her face wasn't one I expected. It was a look of shock and sadness, and she asked, "How did I know him? Where did I get that name?" I just looked at her confused and said, "He's your grandson." She gasped and invited me in, and once I was inside, she handed me a framed photo, asked me if I recognized the boy. I said of course I did, it was Justin. I was really confused by this point, so she sat me down at the table and told me the story of how her grandson had died in a terrible accident years before we'd even moved here. Justin had slipped and fell off the second level of the hay barn. He died instantly, snapping his neck. At first, I didn't believe her, as I was sure she'd seen us around the farm. She said no, she'd seen me running around and quite enjoyed me being there, as it made her remember the fond memories she had of kids running around. That since his death, there just weren't any kids around. It was at this point I realized that when Justin was there, he always called out to me when I was walking up the path to visit her, and then I'd run off and play with him. We sat and we talked for a while, as she wanted to know everything about what we did. When I told her about the quad bike, she laughed, said he always loved that thing, but it had sat in the shed since the accident, and it wouldn't run anymore. I also told her about rolling down the hill, but she had no idea who Melissa was. Anyway, it was late, and I had to go home. As I left, I noticed the go-kart in the garden. It was not shiny red as I remembered it, but a rusted, faded orange, with wheels half stuck in the ground, as if it had stopped working years ago. I asked her if that was his, and she said yes, she couldn't bear to get rid of it, so she made it a permanent part of the garden. I never saw Justin after that, but I was keeping a diary of sorts, hidden under a bridge in a waterproof container with a pen, and every now and again, I would discover writing that wasn't mine, until I had to move out in a hurry and couldn't take it with me. Years later, I was going through my phase file, and I saw Justin's name along with Melissa's, and my social worker had written that I had a wonderful imagination, and that due to my loneliness and isolation, I had invented them as imaginary friends, as no children lived anywhere near me. I know they weren't imaginary friends, as I remember them so vividly, and in the case of Justin, I wasn't the only one who remembered him. Also, how could I play such a dangerous game on the quad by myself? That thing had a cutoff switch that would stop it the moment the driver got off. So how could I chase it unless Justin was driving? And also, how did I know how to drive it, as she stated that it didn't run? Also, she's a smart, caring woman. She would not have let me do something so dangerous. So where did I go where she couldn't have seen me? We were driving around the front paddock only a few meters from her house. So many questions left unanswered, but I do know this. I miss my crazy friend. So this has been going on for 2 years, but I moved into this house 4 years ago. I always blamed it on extreme stress and sleep deprivation, but now that I've been feeling better, comparably, and these visions are only getting worse and longer with this animal I'll describe in a second. It's getting closer and closer each time. It's starting to worry me. It's a tall, emaciated humanoid with pale, dead, flaky skin, long arms, and a tall head with an extendable neck with way too many joints. It lacks any ears or nose, and it has deep black indents where the eyes and mouth on a face of a human would be, though its head is like 2 clumps cobbled on top of each other, so the eyes are further from the mouth than they would be, and the eyes are too close together, almost like how little distance a flounder has between its eyes, which I know is a weird comparison, but the fact that it looks like your stereotypical horror game creature didn't help me take it any more seriously at first. This thing has given me 3 or 4 panic attacks by appearing in my doorway and slacking to get away. Whenever I think I'm 100% sure I physically see this thing, I have panic attacks that end with me crying in a corner with all of the doors locked, the lights off, for up to 2 hours. But I always thought this thing was just a manifestation of my stress. Relatively recently, the physical signs of it have been getting more and more intense. Started with floorboards creaking loudly and approaching my bedroom when everyone was asleep. Assumed it was the house settling. Then came the wailing that seemingly only I could hear. It began in the winter during a snowstorm, so I had been assuming it's just the wind. It's still happening. Sometimes on days with no wind, and sometimes it won't happen at all on very windy days. I haven't mentioned it to anyone. I'm afraid of doing so. Then, the opening and closing of the door of the room which I always feel like I'm in its presence. The laundry room. It's basically just our basement and looks just like one with the exception of the washer and dryer, folding clothes and hampers. I never like going in there, and I can't stand when the door is open to that room because I imagine it running down the hall and grabbing me, as if a flimsy wood door would deter it. I just figured it was the wind or people coming and going until it started happening every time I walked past late at night. Even after I closed it seconds ago, this doesn't happen in the day for some reason, or at least less in the day. Maybe I just notice it more at night because there's no light in there, so it's exceptionally dark. Then, the scratching noises. This began happening just before the visions intensified. The conditions. I'm the only one awake, it's dark outside, and it's between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Figured it was the dogs upstairs. When I realized that wasn't possible, I thought it may be a raccoon or a large bird that's gotten into the walls somehow and has made it their hideout. This isn't a light scratching. It sounded like at least a badger-sized animal, so I've dismissed the idea of it being a small rodent or passerine. Then the visions became vivid. I'd see it. It was a third-person perspective of the hallway it'd come through. I know it has a bloodstain under its right eye, and its dead, flaky skin that's peeling under the left one. I know its mouth looks like an open frown, and I know every detail of the hall, down to the positioning of objects that are often moved around. I think I'm either schizophrenic or this thing may be more real than I thought. I'm posting because my dogs are no longer willing to come downstairs with me at night, just as the visions have gotten their most vivid. Can anyone tell me why these visions are so vivid, despite the fact that my stress has been going down and I've been getting more sleep? Around the time that I was about 22 or 23, I was a paid professional stage actor. It was one of the most wonderful gigs I've ever had in my life, with the exception of one experience. The theater building itself was supposedly haunted. I, myself, by now, can sort of confirm that it is. Unless what happened to me was something else that I just straight up cannot ever explain for the rest of my days. To give backstory, the theater building I worked at was a library prior, around the 1920s through the 30s. However, when a young girl was assaulted and murdered and left in the middle of an aisle upstairs, without anybody noticing or hearing, the library was immediately shut down. It was a thing. A few decades went on, and then, around the 1960s, they turned the old library into a round stage theater with a catwalk up by the ceiling. Even before I was cast in the production, I'd already been aware that the theater was supposedly haunted. Of course I was intrigued, but I knew better than to tempt spirits by taunting them or making fun of them. That's just bad juju. So I just sort of ignored the stories and the tall tales of the ghost. The stories were all the same, from the other actors who had worked in the theater building. It's a little girl, they'd all say. She doesn't like women, they'd all say. She has crushes on certain boys, they'd all say. That was the word on the street and in the building. Okay. Now, while being in this production, I had a fellow cast member who was just a bombshell of a woman. Gorgeous, intelligent, a dancer, everything that makes a woman wonderful. A Wonder Woman, if you will. She was almost technically a dwarf. She stood at a whopping 4'9", I don't like using words like tiny or small, but I mean, Jules stands at a whopping 4'9". She's short, you know? Never underestimate that, though. That girl can still kick your ass. Always be wary of tiny dancers, because they have the strength and discipline. Jules and I still talk to this day as friends. She told me once that she was in the women's dressing room, about 20 minutes before curtain. She was sitting down on a chair, combing her hair, looking at herself in the mirror after applying her makeup. And then there was a tug from her long hair that pulled her all the way down from out of her chair onto the floor. To this day, she swears she was the only person in the women's changing room. There was just no explanation for it. No explanation she can come up with. And she's smart and a no-bullshitter. Jules is not a liar, and she does not tolerate fancy stories, so, of course, everyone, myself included, believed her. It was strange. Kodai was this really handsome man who was almost losing his mind because his props and costumes would just disappear out of thin air and were never anywhere to be found. He'd scream and yell before curtain, "I had my bench right here. I had my shoes over there. Why are they gone? I promise you I didn't move them." Yeah, he would say that every night before curtain. There was this kid, I forget his name, but he played the young boy in the show. And always he would say, every night during intermission, I'm standing backstage, waiting for my cue to walk on stage before the beginning of Act 2. There's a breathing thrust upon the back of my neck, and every single time I turn my head, there's nothing there, and I'm scared. This poor kid was probably about 12 or 13 at best, and to me, well, I was about 23, and to me, it sounded terrifying. Savannah was my scene partner, and she and I had gone to high school together. The camaraderie was already there, so when she told me that she felt terrified to be alone in the theater, I believed her. She had a part of Act 2 where she was required to be on the catwalk to drop a long canvas that was sort of a backdrop visually for a scene. Savannah would get tired, though, and while she would lay there on the catwalk, hoping not to be seen, she'd accidentally start to fall asleep. If she fell asleep, the production would have consequences if the scene change couldn't happen. Every night, she said to me, every night I fall asleep, and then moments before my cue, I hear a little girl's voice say, "Coo, coo, coo, loo, loo, loo." And then I wake up, and I drop the canvas sheet, and I get back downstairs to make sure I get on stage, on time. Every single night this happens. So onward, onto my part of the story, or experience. There was this matinee on a Saturday. After the matinee, we got our dinner break, and the entire cast would go take dinner and converse and enjoy ourselves. We had our 8 o'clock show and another at midnight. I decided to head back to the theater building early so I might pass out on the couch and sleep for a few hours before I had to get back into costume, yada yada. Saying that, it must be made clear that I had the keys to the building and I could open up the theater doors once I approached the theater doors. I was actually trusted enough for that. Perhaps that was a curse within its very own self. Logically, the first task I always presented myself with was to turn on all of the lights around the building, which I did this evening. There was a bathroom downstairs and there was a bathroom upstairs. For an inexplicable reason to me, some thought in my head that I had that I still can't explain to this day. I decided to use the upstairs bathroom, which was located by the costume storage. I had never really used it before, and it does not seem sensical to me. But that was the choice that I had made. I marched up the curling, winding, spiraling stairs built way back in the day. I turned on the lights upstairs and proceeded down the hallway and into the bathroom. And I turned on the bathroom lights. It felt off to me. The air, the energy, the spirit of it all. It was very strange to me. It was unsettling, unnerving, and awkward. I figured it was due to me being completely alone in the theater building, especially at nighttime. Only then did thoughts enter my mind. It's a little girl, they'd all say. She doesn't like women, they'd all say. She has crushes on certain boys, they'd all say. Reasonably, the thoughts put me on edge, and I got super duper nervous, like shivering at a cold chill that was absent from the room. When I had finished with my business, consistently looking back behind me, I opened the bathroom door to find that all of the lights had been shut off. The entirety of the theater was pitch black, with the exception of the bathroom, whereupon I had just turned on the lights. Through that little light protruding from the bathroom, it traced along the hallway, and looking down it, I saw the silhouette of Jules. Ah, I said to myself playfully. She turned off the lights and wants to fool around. I had been feeling tired and sort of wanted to take a nap, but no young man in his right mind turns down the opportunity to get in some frisky action, especially with such an attractive lady insisting. I marked where she was standing in the hallway, and as the door closed behind me and the hallway became breached with complete darkness, I'd already calculated where she was standing. Saying, "Hey, you," as I approached where she stood, I put my arms out for an embrace. There was no response, though. There was nothing there. "Oh, I see," I said excitedly. "You want to play games with me?" So I walked further and further down the hallway, putting my hands out in front of me. I realized I had made it to the costume storage. Racks and racks of old clothes and wardrobe and costumes. Aisles and aisles of them. In the complete darkness, I put my hands here and there, feeling my way around, touching the fabrics that hung on their hangers on the racks. Expecting to find Jules, but it ended up just resulting in more searching. "Where are you?" I asked. "Come on, where are you?" That's when it started to sink in. That's when it hit me. This feeling of being watched, being witnessed, being warned. There was this insatiable amount of dread percolating through my blood vessels. Immediately, I was very, very uncomfortable and scared. That's when the giggle came. Not a laugh, a soft, silly, child-sounding giggle. "Who's there? Who's that?" I asked. A jacket of some sort or something fell off of its hanger and landed on my shoulders, draped around me. I cannot remember if I screamed. I just may have. But I know I ran. Into the dark, into 100 other clothing racks that shook and fell. It took me some time to readjust where I was and to get my bearings and figure out what part of the room I was in. Finally finding the spiral stairway, I ended up completely bombing it, completely failing and just falling down the stairs like a rag doll. After a loud moan from feeling like I had just busted my ribs, I found my footing and ran into a few walls before I finally found the front doors. I burst them open so quickly and I just ran. I didn't care if I left them unlocked. Running down into the parking lot, the whole cast and crew were approaching. There was Jules, along with all of them. There was no way that she was ever in the theater. "Hey," I shouted at her. "Did you just fuck with me?" "What?" She looked at me inquisitively. "No, what are you talking about?" I thought I saw you in there, I told her, panicking. You turned off all the lights. The stage manager for the show just looked at me, calmly, plain as day. Oh, that's just the ghost. If she turns off the lights, it just means she likes you. The entirety of the production prior had led me to no experiences with said ghost, and nothing ever happened after that either. So I grow curious from time to time whenever I ponder upon it. What happened? Was it in my head? The trick of the light? And when I grow more curious, I wonder, why then? When so many others were having these strange experiences and I wasn't, why did it happen then, when I was all alone? It's a little girl. She doesn't like women. She has crushes on certain boys. As flattered as I should have been, to this day, I'm still terrified whenever I think about it. I haven't worked for that theater since that production. So when I was 12, my mom and I decided at the last minute to go do something fun for New Year's Eve. I was just starting to get into a kind of emo phase, so I wore a long black dress, small pearl necklace with a skull, black tights and shoes and a cardigan. And to be honest, I looked like a small child playing dress-up, not an adult by any stretch. So we go to a small pub that her friends own in town. I waited outside near the guard while she checked if it was all right for a kid to come in. In this short time that I stood looking through my phone, I noticed a man, dark brown toupee-like hair, quite short, at least 50, stood next to me and was sidestepping closer. I kept shuffling away and he keeps pursuing. Eventually, he awkwardly steps in front and waves and says, "Hi, hi." Obviously, I'm creeped out, but as an anxiously polite kid, I greet him back. And he doesn't even seem drunk. It goes like this. "So, where have you been tonight?" "Nowhere." "Ah, okay. Going anywhere?" "No, my mother's inside." "Ah, I see. Have you done any dancing tonight?" "No." "Would you like to?" No, not really." Thankfully, my mother comes outside at this point, and I retreat without another word. We stand at the back of the long bar for an hour or so, and I keep noticing him creeping up to the bar over this hour. I told my mom, who found it odd but laughable. Eventually, he's right by us, and we're leaving. He barges towards me and says, "I didn't catch your name." I tell him I did not say my name, and I don't want to. And he says something about keeping him guessing. My mother and the owner are saying, "She's 12, mate. She's 12. And he's just laughing it away and says, "Well, when you'd like to be honest about your age, there's a glass of wine for you at the bar." Extremely creepy encounter for me. Kept me awake at night for a long time. I was worried that he'd followed me somehow and was just waiting, watching. I hope this wasn't phrased so it seems like my mother was being inattentive. She left me by the guard, who could have easily made this guy shove off. I was just very shy and chose not to bother him.